Dong, dong, dong. It's time for the Idiot Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, howsoever, or wheresoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes I go a couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing to you, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, let's get some music going and get into this amazing troubleshooting stream. Yay, troubleshooting. Yeah. Last time on the Idiot Show, we tried to get nuclear going, and yeah, it hates me. And the entire reason it hates me is sulfuric acid. I fucking hate the acids, both of them, nitric and sulfuric. They've both been kicking my ass. Unfortunately, it takes a minute for my save to load. I don't know why. It's not like I've got hundreds of thousands upon millions of items out and about. Yeah, I don't know why my save takes so long to load. For anybody who's not super familiar with this playthrough, we made the 14.7 million megawatts, the 14.7 terawatts, as is not evidenced by that because nuclear's not turned on at the moment. But if I turn on nuclear, then like literally that's going to jump to 14.7, and I'll do that just to show you, because I know a lot of people jump when they watch a live stream after the fact. They jump through it. A lot of people don't want to sit there and literally watch a 7-hour live stream after the fact, and that's fine. It's A-okay. That's why I try to put this whole little last time on stuff on the videos, trying to give you guys a little snippet. It's gonna take very long, but this takes a little bit to ramp up. I'm not gonna leave nuclear turned on because, like I said, we've been dealing with a lot of problems with the sulfuric acid. There's 14.6. So yeah, we got some issues we got to sort out. And those issues are as follows. We have an issue with fuel, with oil consumption. Oil to heavy oil residue to fuel, fuel to turbo fuel to rocket fuel, and then I don't think there's much of a problem burning off the rocket fuel. I've not seen much issue with rocket fuel backing up in like the blenders or anything. So it seems like it's a turbo fuel to rocket fuel issue and a fuel to turbo fuel issue. One thing I kind of want to do, but at the same time I really don't want to do because it's going to be a massive pain in the ass. When I initially put down this row right here, I didn't know how to count. And there's only 99 in this row when there's supposed to be 104. That is why this one has 4 more manufacturers, even though if you've ever made nuclear with the uranium fuel cell and your infused uranium fuel cell and let me get the actual uranium fuel unit recipes, you'll know it's basically a 1-to-1 ratio. One manufacturer to one manufacturer. Because I didn't know how to count, yeah, we have this gap. Really tempted to move all of these belts over. Basically, this take some of this curve here out and bring it out this way and turn it around over here to be able to do that. Really tempted to do that. And why am I tempted to do that? That sounds like a whole hell. It doesn't really sound like a lot of work until you start factoring in I gotta redo all my belts. Which that in and of itself should scare most people. Obviously, I have a lot of belts. Therefore, it's a lot of work. Let's get rid of those trees real quick. Do a little landscaping. The reason why I'm tempted to do that, why I kind of want to do that, because it's a one-to-one system from manufacturer to manufacturer, it would allow me to, how to phrase this? It would allow me to literally just go put an output belt from this manufacturer over here to that manufacturer over there. This is the sulfuric acid that I've been fighting with. And I've got these fully overclocked. They're overclocked 240%, so they're not fully overclocked. But they're pretty damn close. Sulfuric acid recipe at... let's see. That's what the base recipe is. I honestly always overclock this at 50 per minute. So if I were to take this and fully overclock it, I can get up to 125. But, like normal, I overclocked it to 120 because 5 times 120 equals 600. I'm very tempted. We have 31 pairs of blenders over here. I do not have room for 31 refineries here. I have 2 choices. Obviously, that would be the absolute easiest choice. Is literally just put 31 refineries, overclock them to 150, or 31 refineries overclock to 150, or not even 150, 125. That makes 75 exactly, which is what each stack of those takes. Otherwise, right now we've got how many refineries? I don't even know. That's why we're going to count them. We have 20. 20 refineries feeding into 64 blenders. Each one of these blenders, if I remember right, each pair consumes, each pair consumes 75. So the drawback is I can't overclock these things to 150. I got a little bit of room right here to put a couple more refineries, and I'm gonna go through and do a little test. See how many more I can fit in there. I don't really foresee another one going in there, so that's 4 more right there that I could use. So that'd put me up to 24. I need 2298 point, I don't know, I think it's 6 divided by 24. That's 95.775. I could do that. And I have a bit of space here. I don't need a whole lot of space to move. I don't need a whole lot of space in order to put more to bring these 2 belts through. I really don't. I can put a smart splitter basically right there. And or it's not a smart splitter, it's a priority merger. And that's just to catch any overflow that happens to go that way. Basically, if there's any that's not being consumed by this line, which is obviously the case, it can just go this way and come down into these. So, let me see how many I can cram in here. And I'm gonna nudge this basically as close as I can get it. I don't really care about the clipping right now because all I'm doing is measure. Okay, so that's another 4. That would take me to 28. I need more like 31. Maybe 30. Because there's 4 of these blenders that are underclocked to kind of a weird number. Yeah. They only need 12.15, and that's 12.15 times 4. That's 48. I can get that out of I can get one freaking refinery to crank out enough to feed all of those. Hell, I can get one refinery that's enough to feed this pair and these 4. So these 6 blenders on the end, I can get out of one refinery. Because this pair here it's a fully overclocked pair. So I need at least space for 29 refineries, and I don't have that. One thing I thought of is I could do a little pad over this way. It looks so fucking bad. Technically speaking, I've got room for 4 manufacturers here. Just I'd have to bring those 4 belts this way, feed into the machines, and then feed the overflow back. And there shouldn't be overflow on basically anything but maybe sulfur. Hello, Shy. What's going on, buddy? And Jenna. Hello, hello. So, I need to move these 4 refineries, or these 4 manufacturers. They're in my freaking way. How are we doing? Aggravated. If I move them down to the end where they should have been to begin with, because I don't know how to count, I have to redo this entire beltway here. And I mean the entire thing. And the worst thing is what you see isn't all of it, because there's also a whole crap ton of beltway down here for all of the quick wire. I'll just put them above the line of manufacturers. No, just no. I want this to work. I've spent hundreds upon hundreds of hours working on this, and it's just annoying that, it's still not balanced. So it's a bit on the aggravating side. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just, like I said, aggravated because I want things to work. And you'd figure with like 2,500 hours in this game, I would know how the hell things work. But yeah, not only do I have all the belts up there to do, I gotta redo all these quick wire belts. And there's like 18 of those damn things. Oh, no. Giving up, not an option. Never starting, that's an option. And the scary thing is, a lot of you guys might know Crypt. He's been in the chat a couple times. He's a fellow content creator on YouTube and Twitch. He kept asking if a petabyte was possible. Like, could you make a petabyte of power? And I had always said no. I had said that there was an idea floating around my head for a 100 terawatt playthrough. Well, over the weekend, me being me and being dumb as crap, if OBS actually wants to switch over, I did this. And I would need somebody like Bog, who's a little bit better in modeler than I am, to overlook this to see if I missed anything. But I did this. And this may not look all that different than what I'm currently doing, and it's not. Until you start looking at some of the numbers. That is 955,565.33 fuel generators for rocket fuel. That is 101,049 for turbo fuel. And yes, that is might as well say 1.9 million turbo fuel per minute. That is 9,555,653.25 rocket fuel per minute. That is 47,778.27 blenders. This is what it looks like if you do an all pure map and then do the quarter recipe cost multiplier. Though, looking at this, I know what the heavy oil residue recipe normally consumes. The normal heavy oil residue recipe is 30 crude oil to 40 heavy oil residue. Well, if you take 30 and divide it by 0.25 or multiply it by 0.25, you get 7.5, not 10. So I don't know if Modeler's messed up or if Satisfactory's messed up. But that takes the all pure map default node quantities. So no fossil fuel rich, no resource rich, none of that shit. The default number of oil nodes, the default number of blah blah blah, just everything turned to pure would give you 23,400 oil per minute. With the quarter cost based on modeler here, that turns out to 124,000 heavy oil residue. That turns into 998,400 fuel. That's where the freaking ridiculous number 3,328,000 turbo fuel comes in. The scary thing about this is I am literally using every drop of SAM on the map just to make freaking nitrogen. Not even sulfur. Not even coal. Okay, I'm making a little bit of sulfur. It's almost all going to freaking nitrogen. And I can't even turn all that turbo fuel into fucking rocket fuel. 3 million? Yeah. So some of the compacted coal has to get burnt in 54,000 coal generators. That's not to include the 941 coal generators just to burn the excess coal on the map. Sulfur becomes a major limiter. Nitrogen is the bigger limiter because the compacted coal using the quarter multiplier I only have to throw like 10 compacted coal in there because I'm going to get so freaking much back out once the little bit of turbo fuel starts being turned into rocket fuel. Seriously, we've got 3.3 million turbo fuel here. That spits out 955,000 compacted coal. Even all the fuel to turbo fuel only requires 665,000 compacted coal. I got another 300,000. This is 2 petabytes. The exact number before I go back to the game is 2,057,463,627.88 megawatts. Now, the two major problems with this is A, this took 4 freaking months. And I basically completely annihilated this entire portion of water over here. That, what I never even got into over on Modeler, that blueprint has nuclear. It makes 1,846 fuel rods every single minute. It makes over a full Mark 6 belt of fuel rods. And that feeds into 3,693 nuclear generators, clocked about 249%. I barely had room to find space for 300. Where in the am I putting 3,000? Somebody is hungry for power. No, I was legitimately curious as to what the number would be. That's all it was. And Crip, it's not your fault. I've been thinking about that one for a while now. That's why you guys have heard me in my streams talk about the idea of 100 terawatts. Build a floor over the whole map and then build on it. Yeah, that's literally the only way it would work. And I'd probably like start up in the damn red forest and just concrete the entire planet and then build floors underneath of it for some of the hundreds of thousands of machines. We think my 30 bins of storage is bad on this playthrough. Let's do a little bit of math. Just a little bit of math here. That is 955,000. 565. Let's say 566 times 15. I would need 6,000 in bins for motors. 6,000 bins. When you gotta cook your brain, I kind of did this weekend. That's 6,000 bins. That is ridiculous. Honestly, that is beyond ridiculous. And welcome back, Bug. Okay, so we looked at a bin. Say about a foundation and a half. Custom blueprint, max it, yeah, Yeah, if I were to even remotely think about that idea, hey, we're talking probably a year of me streaming it. And I'm not joking in that aspect. If I were to do that in survival mode, it would probably take me upwards, if not well over, 1 entire year streaming 3 to 4 days a week minimum. That is ridiculous. All right, have a good one, Jenna. So, an idea was actually proposed in chat, and I poo-pooed it at first, but it's starting to grow on me. Take these 4 machines here and just basically bring another foundation up and put it above these 4 machines here. Take one of these and put it in where this one is not, and then put 3 more on top of it. That would definitely solve the problem. And that would get me my room that I so desperately want. Yeah. Like I said, the idea is growing. Be a lot easier with the belt work. Why am I not using zip mode? I'll just tear down whichever ones aren't needed. Hello, Casper. Not in the same spot. There it is. Yeah, it's still not the same spot. Bring that up. Things I do just to troubleshoot. I guess this isn't really troubleshooting, it's just fixing problems. One of these, yeah, that's it. Okay. Let's say one of those is not fully overclocked. I know that. Now this isn't, I'm not planning on leaving that. Just, I don't know any other way to get the little wall pole like that other than doing it like that. going to disconnect. Get the spice out of my pocket. I'm probably going to have to redo where this comes on. These do not need to be smart splitters. Because I don't like playing with smart splitters when it comes to vertical splitters. I don't think anybody really blames me for that. Ah, shit, I just realized that. That's not how you do smart splitters, or verticals. It's not how I do verticals. Alright. I'm out of circuit boards for priority mergers. One thing I never made in the Mega Factory was circuit boards. Like, I'll be honest, I forgot. %100 honest. I completely forgot about them. But I mean, it's not like I need a priority merger for this. And it's not like I really have anything left to build. It's just fixing things. So let those fill up. Yeah, I said no, but like I said, the more I thought about it, the more the idea grew on me. because it is kind of the easiest solution. Now, we all know me, I'm freaking lazy. Johnny, what's going on, man? Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. It's an easy to deal with problem, but it's still a problem. Put those into the output. Boop. Yeah, I set up package fuel and now I'm fixing starting pipe issues. I should have 400 cubic meters, pushing through 20 gens. I think my pipe manifold is screwing me over that. Yeah. How'd Power World go? I tried watching, but my Twitch was shit, so I couldn't keep it open. It went okay. And then, Kid and I decided to just say screw it, we just play it without streaming it. Yeah, so now all these have to fill up again, which is fine. Now we gotta deal with this. That went away pretty easily. Yeah, fighting with pipe manifolds is always kind of a... I definitely wouldn't say a fun part. At 24, 26, 28. I can do 30, but for uniformity's sake, let's do 31. Five, 26, 27, 8, 9, 30, 31. Yes, I tore those down because there was a little fucking gap. I'm anal retentive. Oh no, there's only 20 to begin with. Because I said I could cram another 4 over here. Yeah, like that. Okay, so we're going to drop this to making 75 per minute. And give me those back. Massive amounts of buffering. Is anybody else having buffering issues? Is anyone on YouTube having buffering issues? Music is loud. Oh, yeah, music is loud. I thought I turned that down before I started streaming, but... Is that better, No Name? That's where it normally is set. Yeah, not a problem. No, I had actually turned down my headset because I thought I had just turned it up when I was playing games with my kid. But as a lot of you guys know, on the weekends is when my 4-day weekends is when I do my video editing. And whenever I do my video editing, I listen back to my video after it's done. And before I record a video, I always do an audio test, short recording before I start the actual recording. That way, I haven't opened it yet, but Twitch is acting up for me. Alright, is anyone on Twitch having issues, or is that just Johnny's internet again? Because from my end, it seems like I'm fine. Alright. So we're just going to bring this up to here and hook it in, and that feeds the whole line. So we're going to do individual refineries for individual pairs over there, because I'm not screwing with this shit. I don't think you guys blame me for this. There's only so much frustration a person can put up with. And if it's something that can be so simply solved by, you know, just not running pipe manifolds. If I can get the nuclear online, then awesome. Now, interesting thing happened right before stream, and it's kind of just funny, and I haven't figured out how to respond to it yet, because I've been responding to all the messages that come through on my videos. Basically, if you guys leave a comment, I try to respond. And somebody left a post How hard is it just to say Caterium the way Ada says it? Why is it so many people saying Caterium? And it's like, you know, it's a good point. But I think of the word nuclear, think of the word aluminum, pecan. There's so many words I can think of that, depending on where you're from, dictates how you say it. Feed from above? What do you mean feed from above? 120 per minute? No, I've got to dial down to 75 per minute. Will I screw this up? Probably. But is this going to be a slightly better option? Maybe. I'm going to feed all these straight underneath to go over to the blenders over there. Because honestly, the nitric acid, I'm not having any issue with. Basically, I'm going to do the same thing I did for the nitric acid, but for the sulfuric. And the nitric comes from right here. So it goes under, feeds from below, and then jumps up. And there's pumps on every one of these lines. There's going to be pumps on every one of these sulfuric lines. Because it's not like I don't have the power to just have a bunch of pumps. But this week's Satisfactory video, the recipes I don't want to use, has definitely stirred up some people, and it's like, okay, that's fine and dandy. I never say, you know, a recipe is bad except for biocoal. Biocoal and charcoal, those are actually just bad recipes. Screw them recipes. I'd rather turn my leftover biomass and crap into liquid biofuel. But it's just recipes I don't want to use. Some of them are because they're just not efficient. And some of them are because they're just a pain in the butt. But, I mean, that was kind of the point of the video, was to stir some people up. But some people are getting, like, downright, definitely not having good days. How is the troubleshooting going? I just dropped in. Well, I don't know how long you were here last time, Guidely. We were having a lot of issues last week with sulfuric acid. And I think Shy is the one that came up with the idea just to move those 4 errant blenders over here, or manufacturers just over here. I think that was Shy. And at first I poo-pooed the idea, but it grew on me. But the other nice thing about the video is people are pointing out some really good use cases for some of the recipes. And I think that's one of the major things, is there's a lot of alternate recipes that look bad until you have a very specific use case. There's some recipes that are universally usable, and there's some that are just like niche. Eat uranium at a daily basis. This sounds like a recipe for some stomach problems there, bud. But welcome in. We're using until you get better one. Yeah, there's a lot of those. Okay, so two of these need to be set down quite low. Like turbo heavy fuel. Yeah, see, somebody pointed out turbo heavy fuel as a stepping stone recipe. Because basically it's the same as normal turbo fuel recipe, but it doesn't require diluted fuel, and I think a lot of us would agree the blender diluted fuel recipe is fucking amazing. It's S tier. The packaged one, yeah, it's still amazing, but it's not S tier because of the amount of bullshit you have to go through with the packagers. Go well in it. I mean, yeah, my uranium's going pretty well into the 300 nuke reactors I have. It's like I said, my entire problem right now is just sulfuric acid wanting to be a pain in the ass, and it's 600 pipe issues. And I was really tempted to install a couple mods for today, because there's an awesome mod called Pipe Tuner. Pipe Tuner simplifies the physics in a pipe with hydrostatic mode. My variety streamer's back to regular, I see. Yep. Yes, I am. And I don't know if I'll be streaming Pal World anymore. This is a problem, and I'm sure anyone else who does content can agree with. When you have a game that you're enjoying, you kind of feel like you can't progress off stream, because when you stream next, people are going to be lost. So you feel like, okay, cool, I can't touch this game that I'm enjoying until the next time I stream it. What's going on, Drac? Oh, I got some news for you, buddy. Yeah. So I think the kid and I are just going to place that Pal World to ourselves. We're not going to stream it. And I like Pal World. I think it's a good game. It's definitely a stream-worthy game. The problem is with the fact that 1.0 just came out. There are so fucking many people streaming it, making content for it, all that shit. You're not, if you're not just streaming to your community, which I love my community. Don't get me wrong. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. But a lot of you guys want to see Satisfactory content. You don't want to see Pal World content. I appreciate the crap out of everybody who pops over when I'm doing other games. But I don't get to spend a lot of time with my kids. And I realize that my kids are grown. It's not going to be very long before I don't get to spend any time with my kids. So I think I'm just going to focus on playing that game with my kid and not making content out of it. Diluted package fuel is good for trucks and drones. You know, that's a damn good idea, Guidely. Because it's already going into a packager to become packaged. The only problem with that is now you've got to constantly make plastic. Drac. Well, we hit the 14.7. I just got to iron out a couple things. And I was told Plus has been unleashed on 1.2. So guess what? We're going back to Plus, baby. Yeah, I had to hear it from somebody else. You weren't here to tell me that it was live. I figured you would have posted in the Discord, hey, your pain and suffering's back. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to complain that, you know, you didn't tell me. I found out, and I'm making my plans. That's what matters, all right? I'm just giving you a hard time. Because that's what we do around here. I'm going to snip this real quick. Or I hooked it up this way. Actually, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. That looks like shit, and it's ugly, and I can do that better. We're just going to do boop. And we're going to ignore the fact that wire goes through that refinery. Wrong button. Oh, you're fine, man. Like I said, I'm giving you a hard time because you were popping in constantly, letting me know on the status. You know, everybody who's been here for a while knows I'm never going to actually give you guys a hard time. I'm just going to give you a hard time. It's all in good fun. Okay, so now I need to figure out the water situation for this. Sulfuric acid is a 1-to-1, right? Yeah, 1 water, 1 sulfuric acid. Well, I guess it's 1 and 1, 2, 1. I don't know how that gets. And it'll make your life a good quick time event. How you been, Bug? It's been a hot minute. Okay. So if every one of them gets 75, so we take 600 divided by 75. That's not right. Oh, the other thing I wanted to bring up for anybody who wasn't here at the beginning of the stream, as painful as this has been, the 14 terawatts, how much do you want to see absolute misery? I found something so much worse. So we have 31 divided by 8. And that's basically 4 pipes. What if I told you that above a terawatt is possible? And by above a terawatt, I mean above the unit terawatt. There's a bug. Yep, hydrated, bud. Troubleshooting the power plant. Yep. And for anyone who is interested in this save is available free of charge on my Discord. It is in the shareables folder. Just you're gonna need a pretty beefy PC to run it, and you will absolutely have to up your item limit. I found another mod I'm going to try and experiment on my next playthrough. It's called Production Plus. It adds 50 items based on Factorio into the mix, and I thought of that and Satisfactory Plus. I thought Production Plus was part of Satisfactory Plus. What's going on, Rogs? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we'll do 7. Be careful. You're gonna cook your motherboard? Yeah. Well, I've already done that, remember? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Petawatts is possible. And I do say petawatts. Plural. However, we're talking hundreds of thousands of items. Of machines per step. Mathematically, a petawatt does seem to be possible. Like I said, I will probably have Vogue take a look at it and see if he could find anything I either missed or I screwed up. I don't think I screwed anything up, but there's possibilities that he could find better, more efficient uses of the resources. We all know Vogue's kind of a madman. Found a trick to stabilize pipes, add a buffer with a pump in, pump out. Yeah. Are you talking about a powered pump or an unpowered pump? And I brought up not too long ago, Total Eclipse did a great video on going over a lot of tricks with pipe work. I'm just doing this. This is the simplest way I can possibly deal with this. Have you bought the golden nut? Multiple times. I saw a guy make 2,000, I don't know what PFR is, plutonium fuel rods. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of videos from that dude, and I'm unsure on the way he's doing that. I don't know if he's in creative mode and he's just spawning in a whole crap ton of materials or what. Because some of the stuff he's posting doesn't seem to be mathematical. If it is, awesome. I'm definitely not going to call him out or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't seem feasible. What the fuck? Why does it seem like I have 5 freaking pipes? No. Ken, I think you're behind quite a bit. If anybody in chat wants to tell Ken, he might be behind. Because he's not going to hear this until he catches up. Whereas if you guys tell him in chat, he'll go through and he'll see it instantly. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I see my problem. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. Okay, so what the fuck's going on with this one? Alright, this one's not hooked up. I wouldn't say it was 2 hours ago, but it's definitely been a hot minute. All right, there we go. Is that better, Ken? So now all these have to fill up with water. And like I always say, a pipe manifold is still a manifold, so it has to fill up down the pipe. I love going to the bathroom and coming back to find somebody from physical therapy stealing my computer. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot. I got a weird question for you guys in chat. How many of you guys have actually watched this week's Satisfactory video? Yeah, I mean, I've hit the 14.7. That's already been done. Now it's just making. I want it stable. Ooh, that's not good. That's not going to work. That's fine. We'll just feed it in from back here. I'm just curious as to what you guys all thought of the video if you watched it. Especially since there was some talk about the audio quality on my previous Satisfactory video. So I wanted to see if this one sounded better. Because a lot of you guys already know, I always say I can only get better at this with you guys' help. When you guys tell me something's wrong. I had like 2 people tell me that the audio quality wasn't all that good on the last Satisfactory video versus my Planet Crafter video. And I went back and listened to them and I couldn't hear it. So I do greatly rely on you guys to help me. Help me. And I appreciate the crap out of that. I'm doing pretty good. Cross, how you doing? Okay. The main issue in sound quality is I keep hearing somebody by the name of Idjit throughout the video. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that one. Well, fingers crossed for you, Cross. Okay, so all these should actually be full on sulfuric. Now the fun thing is, it was a little bit of a pain in the ass to move 4 pipes of sulfuric. Now I have to move 30. I'm just gonna put a crap ton of pipes here, and we'll see if this comes anywhere near 31. God damn it. That is 26. That is 26. 23 people watching? You gotta be shitting me. Holy crap. Hello! Hello! A whole lot of lurkers today. It's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so... It just with level wireless pipe mod? Not really. I actually looked at them. Oh, and people were asking about the idea of a pipe throughput modder. There is a mod for it. It is from the same developer who did the mini sync. It looked like it said it was live for 1.2. Redeem stretch. Oh. The way I would code it through would be an energy cost and radio signals type. Yeah, there is a wireless pipe mod. I saw that. So how many pipes did I say this was? I think I said 26. So I need like 5 more. Yeah. That looks pretty damn tight for 5, but give it a shot. No. If I have to move the silica, I will. I don't care. It's probably going to be my best option is to move the silica down. My stomach is going freaking nuts today. Just to forewarn you guys, I might be taking some like legit breaks. What's everyone's chat? What is everyone's favorite monster flavor? I can tell you mine. Mine is no monster flavor. Honestly, I have never consumed a Monster energy drink. One thing I am kind of tempted to do is, and this is not going to be a today thing, I need to see where the problem in the fuel lies. Like, I don't think it's a burning off the rocket fuel problem, because there doesn't seem to be any backlog at the blenders. Like, the blenders don't seem to be backing up. And as long as the blenders aren't backing up, that should mean that I'm not having a problem getting rid of my rocket fuel, right? And since I have the liquid sync mod installed, I need 5 more. 2, 3, 5. I miss Game Fuel. They were the best when they made them. Now, fuck. The hell is this belt? Oh, this belt's not needed. Go away. Be gone! That was the belt that ran from that manufacturer bank, that auxiliary manufacturer bank. Hypothetically, to solve the gravity issue with the pipe, shouldn't all liquid manufacturing be at the height limit so it only goes downstream? I'm not sure how much of an issue I'm having with gravity. That's my biggest issue, is I'm not 100% sure where the issue is coming from. But my thought was literally go through and put my liquid sinks on all of the turbo fuel. If it all sinks, then it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Okay, this one's gonna have to move up some more. My issue isn't with the head lift, it's the long flat runs. Yeah, that I think that's a good chunk of my problem. Honestly, I believe that's probably the biggest portion of my problem. Gonna have a huge fucking problem here. Huge problem is just going to be the sheer number of pipes I have to try to turn here. Like, I don't think this is going to fit. That didn't work. Heather! If I don't use stackables, I don't get the same issue. So if you just run them all on the ground, you don't have an issue. Yeah, see. That's still a whole lot of pipes left over. They're not lined up the same. So you're saying if you lay them all flat like what I'm doing here. you watch House of the Dragon? Is that the Game of Thrones sequel? Or prequel, or whatever the fuck it was? If so, no. I've never even finished Game of Thrones. Okay. You have to, it's great. Oh. I've watched Game of Thrones, I just haven't finished it. Let me be absolutely clear in that statement. Please. Motherfucker. Alright, that's an easy solve. That's an easy solve. Oh. The one is before Game of Thrones time, so you're good if you don't have to watch Game of Thrones first. When you want never-ending series, just don't finish it. Yeah, basically. I was keeping caught up with it when it was live, and then live got in the way, and I got tired of waiting, so... I remember right, they did some weird shit with the seasons. Okay. Now that whole bullshit is done. Oh. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dude, I haven't read a book in years. I don't get the same enjoyment out of reading a book as I used to. Oh, motherfucker. I don't think I said that calmly. Damn. Heather's at 120 streak. I've been lurking for a good hour now. I need to rest for a bit. And it's back to work on the plus mod. Okay, Corby. Thanks for lurking. I always appreciate it. I appreciate all my lurkers. And like I've said many times before, I appreciate everybody who even clicks on my stream. Even if it's not, they decide it's not for them. Either, you know, I use too much profanity, or I'm too immature, or the way I do things just doesn't match up with the way they do things. Okay. Now all those pipes come this way and hook in the other way. Where are y'all seeing streaks? No clue. I lost my streak somehow. I was here for all the past streams. What? The weekend stream almost made me lose my streak. Yeah, one thing to note, if you're really concerned about it, and like I said, I'm not going to continue streaming Palworld, so we'll stick with the standard schedule. And it's not because I don't want to play Palworld, it's not because I don't want to stream Palworld, but it's because I want to play Palworld. And I want to play Palworld without having to stream it. Yeah, I have no idea about that one, Zach. I would like to take a moment to remind you guys, if you have not already, especially for all the lurkers and whatnot, if you're enjoying hanging out, if you're enjoying the content, if you're enjoying me running a bunch of pipes, trying to solve issues, remember to smack that like and subscribe button over there on the YouTubes, and the follow button over there on the Twitch, if you have not already. But you don't have to. Don't feel like you have to, but it would immensely help me out. Okay, so now we're going to start putting these in front of these pipes. And hope to, in God, I can get... This is the only pipe I'm worried about right here. That does seem to be kicking out a little bit. Yeah, that's definitely kicking out. Damn. Okay, so we're just going to make this one look ugly. There. Problem solved. Don't look, Ethel. And thank you for resubscribing, Shy. I immensely appreciate that. And for anyone who's not aware, if you wish to financially assist me in any way, shape, or form, we now have memberships over on YouTube. And whenever I do a video, I will basically be releasing them to members first for at least a couple hours. Basically, as soon as I get them done, they'll go members first, because I don't know how the hell to schedule it to go live for members, and then... And Drac resubscribing, thank you greatly. I appreciate the hell out of that, bud. Oh, hey. It's the end of the pipes. Yay, end of the pipes. Not anywhere close to the end of the pipes. Do you remember Ray Steven? They call him the Streak. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Isn't Ray Steven the dude from like the non-John Travolta, or wasn't he in one of the Punisher movies? Or am I getting my names mixed up again? Yeah. If we're gonna deal with music, you're talking to the wrong person. You gotta talk to Johnny about that one. Johnny knows my musical literacy. Or, and I guess in this case, musical illiteracy would be the right term. So I need 2 more of these. Should have known that because I know these rub right up against those lifts. These. I mean, a lot of people might complain about the way I build things, but you definitely can't say I don't try to keep it looking neat. Probably don't even need that one. I probably need that one. I probably needed that one. I definitely needed that one. Houston, we got a problem here. Yes, I did. Yep, thank you. That's what. I don't know how I would do this crap without chat. I'd be a lot more frustrated, I'll tell you that one. And I can imagine there's some streamers and stuff out there that, you know, would get frustrated with chat telling them when they screwed shit up, but not me. I screwed something up, tell me. Save me a slight bit of embarrassment. Please? There we go. I mean, hey, in their defense, Johnny, I didn't look at chat until after I was finished and noticed that. Hey, remember when I said that my chat's full of a bunch of sadists? Yeah, that's what I mean. Weird Al got his start on. Dr. Demento. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna put a bunch down and we'll connect pipes and we'll see. The nice thing is I got this nice wide area here. It's good because I got to put pumps on every one of these pipes. Son of a... And I love Weird Al. A friend of mine is going to see him live, I guess. Not much of a friend if he's not taking you with him. I mean, I'll agree with that. I think Casper won tickets to go see Weird Al, and she was going to take one of the kids, and the kid didn't want to go, so she ended up turning the tickets back in. I can't do concerts. I have pretty severe auditory issues. I'm not gonna say that like it's PTSD or anything like that, because it's definitely not. But really loud noises really f with my head. So I don't do concerts. Hopefully that makes sense. Like right now, what you guys are here, you guys are probably listening to the stream louder than I am. Because I've got my music turned down to like 10%. I just barely hear it. Oh, there's that one too. There's the problem with, you know, being in a crowd. That's a whole different story. I just literally can't do really loud noises. And the worst thing is, some of the stuff that I qualify as really loud noises, most people wouldn't. And there's certain noises I just can't do. But like I've always said, I've got a whole slew of mental issues. Okay, so it looks like I can do one more before I run out of space. Go ahead and put 2 down just to see if I can do 2. If I can't do 2, then I won't do 2, and I won't, and I won't, and I won't, and I won't. So that's when we put these little spacers on. I hate fluids, but it's not due to pipes. Okay, what's your problem with fluids, Eric? Yeah, remember, Casper can only hear like bits and pieces, because she's not really supposed to be listening to my stream while she's working, because I'm too vulgar. I use too much profanity. Yeah, that's the story. I got most of it right. for a story that doesn't actually like factor me into it at all. I did pretty well getting most of it right. I'm doing pretty good, Eric. How about you? Not on my floor today, so I don't care. I don't have issues, I have volumes. Now, see, this is where it starts getting to be fun. We're just going to put spacers on this side. If you're wondering how I'm getting the pipes out here without them trying to snap to the one beside it, hold down the control key. Make your life so much nicer. Are you on Twitch too? Yes, I am, OG. If you type in ! Twitch, my bot will drop you a link. And I don't run any ads on my Twitch, so basically the same as watching on YouTube. You just don't have that pesky freaking delay. Okay, so I got. I should probably go up and actually start working on. There you go, Johnny got it. I prefer it here, that's better. Yeah, I can see that. And thank you for following over there on the Twitch. I do immensely appreciate that, and I think you are awesome. I think you're all awesome for being here. I always joke that you guys have your choice in squirrel-flavored content, so I'm glad that you choose me to be your squirrel-flavored content. Sounds kind of weird, honestly. But it's true! Freaking front door can't... What the fuck? I'm gonna beat you, child. Oh! I don't care. Just put one in my hand. My child is amazing. He brought me a milkshake. My child is awesome. He comes in with a milkshake. He comes in with a bag and a milkshake in his hand. And so I'm literally like, I'm gonna beat you, you little bastard. And he pulls the other milkshake out from behind the bag. I hate these freaking straws. Well, it's not even a straw, it's a fucking wrapper. Why does the wrapper have to be so... Don't break my straw, you... I don't have a flat side. Johnny's asking, the fuck is mine, turtle? I'm guessing that's the pineapple one. It doesn't really taste like pineapple. Yes, pineapple milkshake. My problem with fluids is the capacity not lining up. Turbo fuel is the worst. Oh, the machine's putting out a weird number and having to do weird math. Is that what you're referring to, Eric? Like how rocket fuel takes 4.166667. That I'm definitely not one to tell anybody how to play this game or anything like that. But the way I solve that is with overclocking. Ah, let me through. Let me through. I don't know. I barely got the freaking fluids in Satisfactory Plus. Yeah, see, like, I'm overclocking to this really weird number. 213.33334. And that gives me exactly 40 turbo fuel coming out. Rocket fuel overclock to 240 or 120, you'll get even numbers. At 240% overclock, it eats exactly 10 up. Oh, fucking lag there. Oh, I do first and foremost, this power plant is huge. So, you know, hundreds upon hundreds of machines. And then that's with everything over here overclocked. Because there's no way in hell I was building this without overclocking the bejesus out of it. The bejesus! Drake redeemed hydrate. Oh, I'm gonna hydrate with this here milkshake. So when random nodes spawn all pure, the old belted one. Are you talking about the 2 petawatt? Because remember, my current plans, and this goes for anybody who's new here, I think I'm going to spend this week trying to get this ironed out. And whatever it ends up with at the end of this week, that's going to be good enough. And then I will probably spend a week. So we'll have 3 streams of me back on Satisfactory Plus. And then I'm going to take a break from Satisfactory during the month of August. And I am doing this so I do not burn out on the game. Obviously, you guys very much enjoy watching me play Satisfactory, or being here for Satisfactory, or whatever. Satisfactory. Let's just bring those up one, because I'm going to have to deal with those a lot. Why is that one protruding so damn much? And then I will be back on Satisfactory in September. And we'll be doing, I can't talk, what I am calling the Viagra playthrough. I probably will not be calling it that, like, in video titles or anything like that. We'll call it the little blue pill. With my turbo fuel issues, I can understand a break. Yeah, bear in mind, I have 700 turbo fuel refineries. That number is not an exaggeration. There is literally 700 of them. But the Viagra playthrough, and that's just what we're throwing around. Another hydrate. Play War Thunder? No. I will play War Thunder when War Thunder pays me to play it. The only reason I'm saying that because that is one of those games that does pay a hell of a lot of content creators to advertise them. Yeah, just remember, try to be limited on the hydrates. Otherwise, I'm going to be taking a lot of bathroom breaks. Bug remembers there was like one stream he cashed in like 40 of them in one stream. And I took, what, like 6 bathroom breaks? It's kind of a double-edged sword. And I would like to get this done. And I got 2 over there cashing in on hydrates. Oh well. Just lets me enjoy my milky shake. My milkshake. It brings all the boys to the yard. No, I'm not singing it. And no, Johnny, the sing command's not coming back. It was embarrassing as hell. I'll have to paint these, but this house is a prison. Why won't you ever let me do anything that I want to do? You don't love me! Oh, anybody who's raised kids knows those lines. Chicken tendies with ghost pepper. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I'm down for the ghost peppers. Or for the chicken tendies. I don't know how I feel about ghost peppers. I'll be honest, I haven't really tried them. I kind of enjoy my digestive tract as it is. And I get heartburn real easy. Probably about one of the only people I know that got their first taste of heartburn at like frickin' 13. Like I have kind of a unique way of looking at what I call a 3-alarm fire. That's where it burns going in, it burns while it's sitting there, and it burns again when it's coming out. And I'm not elaborating any more than that. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I guess 5-alarm could be, it burns the fingies, it burns the freaking eyes, it burns the mouth, it burns the stomach, and it burns the, yeah. For old digits, you don't gamble with the O-ring. Yeah, that basically sums it up. That basically sums it up. Thank you, Johnny. You don't gamble with the O-ring. It's just a small burnout process. Don't worry about it. I would like to not be scared to go to the bathroom. Ah, mother! No! No! Where's my dookie color? I don't have my... Was that a custom color? I'm about to redo these freaking pipes now. Yes, there's a floor hole there. No, I'm not actually using the floor hole. You know something is hot when you start to sweat and your sweat stinks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, no. Had a story from when I was just a wee lad. Growing up in Florida, you can grow peppers year round, and you can just grow them outdoors year round. And peppers become kind of like a small tree. They become kind of woody. The plant itself. And encountered this, well, obviously little pepper tree, and it had these little bitty red peppers on it. Need some more spice. And you know, being a dumbass teenager, as we all were at one point in time, I decided to pilfer one of these and give it a shot. I regret this decision immensely to this day, but turns out they were like Thai chilies. Oh, fuckers are hot. And, of course, you know, being a teenager, especially a dumb teenager, because I've gotten older, I haven't gotten smarter. My eyes were watering and stuff, so, of course, my stupid ass rubbed my eyes, because, you know, that's what a dumb teenager does. And I still had I guess, some of the pepper on my fingers. And of course, I ended up putting them in my eyes and all over my freaking face and blah 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 blah. Yeah, that was a horrible couple hours. Bow, 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 bow. Get rid of this, get rid of this. Yeah, I mean, basically I pepper sprayed myself. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. But when my entire face felt like it was on fire. Because, you know, not only am I dealing with, like, the capsaicin from the pepper, I'm also dealing with Florida heat and Florida humidity. So, like, not only was my skin on fire because of the capsaicin, my skin was kind of on fire because of, it's like 98 freaking degrees and 98% humidity. Because that's Florida. And I couldn't see, like, at all to go home. So my only choice was literally just sit there and basically try not to cry. Because I knew if I cried, I would just spread more of the crap out of my eyes. Okay, last one. One of those pipes. Oops. I just want to do the top ones, and then I'll go back through and do the lower ones. I do need to set 2 of those refineries to a lower number. I need to know which pipes are going into which pairs. Because most of these pairs are just simple little, there's 75. But the 2 pairs on the very end are set to a weird clock speed. They only need like 12.5. I could have easily done this with 1 less pipe. Yeah, the problem is, again, bug, dumb teenager. If you think I'm dumb now, imagine me, 30 years ago. And yeah, we're literally talking 30 years ago. Scary as that is to admit. Honestly, I should probably get rid of the floor holes so I can do my pipe work without accidentally catching them. I will nudge the floor holes back into place. Actually, I will be getting rid of the floor hole, but I'll do it from below. Someday you'll become smart, or more likely experience all of the pains that you will have the experience. Yeah, that sounds more like it. I'm not holding my breath on ever becoming smart. Why I decided to not do the get rid of the floor holes just yet, because they do work pretty well to line these up. You know what? Screw you. I don't want a fucking green one. I want a yellow one. I want enough space I can put a pump on right before it goes up. That's why they're way back here. Nice thing is I got it right here on this little divider, so makes my life a little bit easier. I'll just be happy to be able to turn the nuclear plant on and just know it's going to run and not build up. Might have a small problem here. Might have a very large problem here. Might have just a little bit of a problem here. I got to figure out how I'm going to deal with. Might have an idea. Okay, so that is any to the right. Oh, that'll work. Not really, but we'll snake it in this way and bring it around. We'll make it work. New idea, rip everything up and start it. No. Evil idea. That's right up there with my idea for the petawatt. I don't even think my machine could handle that. But as I joked on Crip's stream the other day, the game won't give me explosions for my nuclear reactors, so I'll just or I can't cause explosions in the machines on the game, so I'll use the game to cause explosions in my machine. Same basic principle, right? Alright, so now I need to go get these floor holes out of here. Remember to not take the nitric ones out. And in the back of your mind, you know it'll never be enough. That's true. But I do want to do a playthrough that's not focused on, let's just make a big ass power plant. I still got to figure out what game I'm going to play for my August break. The hell are you snapping on? Why does that look like so much shit? Seriously. Shouldn't that look like... Ban an in-game action for placing points. Yeah. So I won't actually place this, but... That should look better, right? There we go. Well, that's still short enough, so. Alright. My idea of putting them way out here was not a good one. And these are not pipes, so I can do these. I was thinking, you know, horizontal to vertical would work, because normally it would. But it wants to be fucking stupid. Yeah, I like the way the pipes look when they've got that 90-degree angle on them. Because to me, having done a lot of pipe work, that looks more normal. That looks more right. I don't know. I don't even know if that makes sense. Like, when I look at these pipes, I see like big metal pipes. So a lot of like the weird ass bends and stuff isn't something you would normally see in those pipes in real life. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Aesthetically, it just fits my vibe. Looking for the damn floor hole. be nice to actually be done with these. Get sulfuric acid back online, turn nuclear on, and then we can start trying to figure out fuel. And my thought is literally once I can get nuclear online, I can go through with fuel and we can dump all the turbo fuel down the liquid sinks. Let's see if everything flows correctly. Then, if I can maintain 100% uptime for, I don't know, an hour with all the turbo fuel just going down sinks, that tells me it's a pipe issue. And I know Drake was saying earlier that they've been experiencing issues when they're trying to run like massive amounts of pipes long distances. Like I obviously have to, because I don't even know how many blenders I have at the moment. Time's up. That's fine. I still got to finish this. Which is actually pretty good because that's the last one. Do. I love grabbing these through the floor like this. Yeah, that one's not in the right spot. Me anal retentive? No. No one would ever claim that I'm anal retentive. Another posture check. I was barely even lean. That one wasn't actually that bad. Fuck. It hooked up to that floor hole that's not actually being used. Welcome back, Jenna. You catch any fishies? One of these is gonna work. There we go. Now they all swim away and I think I stink and shower. Just an idea. Uh-huh. Then why would you stink? This is the water extractor I used to fill the nitrate for water. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Oh, it's on the line right in front of that. Many lies nowadays. Looks innocently. Eye in the air. Uh-huh. I mean, the easy solution to that is don't lie. I'm already over today. It's been 4 hours in my shift, and all I've done is sit in meetings. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the drawbacks to being a working person. Yeah. Likely story. That's exactly what somebody who lies would say. Working person and management position. Yep, been there. All I want to do is game. Yep. I had to wait for my kid to get home so we can play Pal World. Figure out what's wrong with my fluid pipes. I know what's wrong with your fluid pipes. I know exactly what's wrong with your fluid pipes. I don't have to look at your save, and I know exactly what's wrong with your fluid pipes. Not hug? Or are we talking about hugs? Power World updates, I haven't really gotten that much into it. We haven't put a lot of hours into it. Probably less than 20 hours in, but they definitely made a lot of changes. And of course, new critters. Lots of new, very obviously not Pokemon that you can go around and catch with your very obviously not Pokeballs. why I normally refer to them as Pokejamon. Because they're obviously not Pokemon if they're Pokejamon, right? Tell me, okay, well, what's wrong with your pipes? What's wrong with your pipes? You put them in. See, I never got to hug my internet. See? And now you know what the problem is, Crypt. And remember what G.I. Joe taught us back in the... you're not that old. But what G.I. Joe taught us back in the 80s was knowing is half the battle. Right, Johnny? Go, Joe! Don't feel bad, Crypt. If I would have put them in, they would have also been screwed up. They might just have been a little less screwed up. Maybe. Unlikely, but maybe. I'm normally a pretty good pipe layer, but this drives me insane. Uh-huh. Oh my goodness, even getting canceled by Twitch now for saying something about my internet. No clue. All I know is I never saw anything about it. Well, all I can say is I've never had any complaints. Oh, that's actually a bullshit lie. I've had plenty of complaints. Somebody is DMing me. Yep. Thank you for that one, Crypt. I appreciate it. Let me take care of that real quick. Open in mod view and kick. All right, problem solved. Yeah. I'm just honestly glad that I don't get them much in stream anymore. Yeah, I'll have to look at that later, Crypt. I don't know, it was just, I've finally gotten big enough that, or I have enough people lurking in my streams that they don't bother me, or if they, Twitch is just, cracking down on, which that'd be fucking funny. So, Drac, is the new Satisfactory Plus add anything to Plus, or is it just converted to 1.2? They're going to bring all these out substantially far. That might be too far. Changed, fixed, balance, and added phase 5. Finally, oh, so they did finally add a substantial step. All right, we can start getting some of these hooked up. The base colored ones just annoy me. Excuse me? Oh. That's what's up. Just a couple pipes here, right? I mean, for me, this isn't that many pipes. Oh, see, the scary thing is, if I were to go for the petabyte, or the petawatt, not petabyte, it takes over 3.5 million water. Somebody else can do the math on how many water extractors that would take. It's like Crypt asked me, if that was all, if the some of the numbers were all overclocked. I'm like, I don't know. I stopped overclocking when I got to the point where I'd need 3 million freaking shards. It was nice seeing all you goobers, but I need to take a shower again and go to sleep. Night, night, y'all. Yep, get some sleep, Jenna. Thanks for popping in. Oh, you son of a bitch. How few freaking of these I can get before I have to rerun the entire pipeway is kind of annoying. 6,666 water extractors? It doesn't sound right. 3.5 million divided by 300. Base game water extractor fully overclocked is 300. $11,000 water extractors? I think you could fit that on the map. But that's like part of the entire problem. I mean, you take the 11,000 number and divide it by 2. That's how many pipes just of water I'd have to run. That's not including the 5.5 million rocket fuel. Or turbo fuel, one of the two, I don't know. I think it's turbo or rocket fuel. Yeah, because it's 555,000 fuel jets. So times 10. Pretty sure my PC would just shut off. I would definitely feel safe in saying my PC would probably just say no. Just no. I've been gone for more than an hour. You're still piping. Yeah, this takes a little while. but I'm wrapping up the piping. I'm off. Catch you all when I catch you. Yep. Have a good one, Drac. Thanks for popping in. And we'll see you next time. Don't let real life kick your ass too hard. I believe this is the last pipe that I have to pull out this way. Now we just have to pull all the pipes this way. Can't wait to unlock the hover pack. Well, you're almost there. You just got to actually get your space elevator done. Stop dinking around with power. I know, I'm really one to talk about, stop messing around with power, but my playthrough is literally all about making power. And I probably could have done this easier. I probably could have ran pipes of 300 instead of pipes of 600. But, meh. Try and see a yellow pipe looks cool. I never once claimed to be a role model or an expert or a professional or intelligent or anything like that. I'm just a guy who makes power plants. That sometimes work. Honestly, I'd just be happy to be able to say, I made 14.7 terawatts and it's stable. I think that'd be a pretty good claim to fame. Why do I only have one pipe here for two things? Don't tell me I skipped another one. It's 32, isn't it? Yeah, it's... Okay. This actually hurts really badly. Why does this hurt really badly? I can do this with 31 pipes. I don't really have room to run a 32nd. Yeah, that's not what I want to disconnect. I can use one refinery to feed those last two machines. I already talked about that one. Because each one of those only takes like 25 acid. So I can just do that. Now I've got this whole other pipe that really screws me. I used to manually pick up all the parts like this back in the day. It brings back memories of good old times when the game didn't have features to make things easier. Probably why I've abandoned Plus version. I have no idea what you're talking about, Corpy. Are you messing around on Satisfactory Plus as well? We'll be on that next week. One way or another, the power plant is drawing to a close. So I'm just going to do this backwards. Probably be the easiest and fastest way to do this. I started the day before yesterday and already played for nearly 30 hours. Yeah. That's one of the things I'm going to have to decide is, like, I had played it right before 1.2 came out. That was my in between 1.1 and 1.2 was I played Satisfactory Plus. And so I still have that save. But do I start with that save or do I start all over knowing at least a little bit more about Plus than I did when I played it last time? I guess I'll let you guys decide that at the end of the week. I don't want to drag the power plant out too much. Just doing a crap ton of troubleshooting streams. That's going to get boring. Because anybody who's ever built anything huge like this knows this kind of shit can take dozens of hours. If not more than that. To properly iron out all the kinks in a big ass power plant. And I don't really want to subject you guys to that. It was like one of the comments on that came in on the day one of this playthrough. The fuck? Oh, yeah. That was easy. You can talk to Drac. He's quite knowledgeable on Plus. That's like his jam is Satisfactory Plus. No. A whole lot of backwards pumps here. The drawback is I do not know if these are going to hook up to that short section or not, but we'll be able to find that one out pretty damn quickly. I'm stubborn by nature and want to learn things on my own, but I have a weakness if I don't grasp them. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, is if there was a point where you couldn't figure something out, talk to Drac. He's a really good guy and likes to help out. He's the one that stayed up till like 3 a.m. his time. And Boylan, me and my dad have a dedicated server running 24/7. Been playing since update 3, but never finished the game until 2 years ago. Just set up a 200 gigawatt rocket fuel plant, and I'm scrambling for turbo motors. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 239. You are amazing. Did I say 239? 539. It's been a long time since I've been at 200. Well, less than a year, but. I'm scrambling for turbo motors. Why are you scrambling for turbo motors? Okay. Does that not seem like it's got any flow through it? Oh, because that side's completely fucking full. That's why. I kind of wish my dad was still alive. He would probably really like this game. Okay, so we need to get waste going. I also need to go down and factor up how much needs to go in those last 4 blenders so we can set the last refinery and get the sulfur actually going into the refineries, because I haven't done that. Okay, so each one's taking 12.15. And there's 4 of them, so I need 48.6. Clean that up. So this refinery right here needs to be producing 48.6. Boop. And I'll take that back. That's mine. That's mine. Cannot have it. Tend to rush the game for late game tech, auto power charts and stuff. Yeah. I get that one completely. That's what I did. But I did it because reasons. Well, I did it because literally to do any of this power plant, I needed Mark 6 belts. I needed Mark 3 miners. I needed. I didn't really need the power charts to begin with, but I definitely used the crap out of them. Slightly off. It's fine. A little shaky there. All right. So now we can go turn on the waste. I've been buying turbo motors with tickets for miners, but now I need a temp setup for thermal propulsion rockets. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really bought parts from the Awesome Shop. But again, that's a me thing. It is this room. Let's go turn the waste on. Yeah, I literally spent this weekend, and I spent a couple hours this weekend doing the math on an all pure node playthrough using very similar recipes and stuff that I did here on how much power I can make with an all pure world and quarter recipe cost. I don't think my PC would handle it. I don't think any PC would handle it. We're talking around 500,000 or almost 750,000 fuel generators fully overclocked. Now that's not factoring in everything else that goes into it. I'm pretty sure, I don't think there's really a PC that could handle me building the 2 petawatt playthrough. I mean, this is only 14 terawatts and I already get freaking, I'm down to 40 frames. I get overtemp warnings on my dedicated server. We have a buddy of the channel who took my save when I hit 14 terawatts and tried to load it on his server. And he's all like, yeah, it's eating like 18 gigs of RAM just idle. But yeah, sounds about right. Should be getting waste. Yeah. I mean, bear in mind, this is a huge power plant. There's 4,680 fuel gens over there. There's 700 refineries just in this section. Everything's overclocked. Everything has a blue light until it has a yellow light. All right, here's my waste. So I'm not getting sulfuric acid here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the waste off. There we go. Yeah, it's this little nub here. This did not reconnect when I redid the pumps. Yeah, I forgot my rack was having power blips today, so I had to turn the server off for the first time in 2 years. Yeah. I was going to do this playthrough on, like, turn my PC into a dedicated server for this, and, yeah. I was having troubles with one of the apps. Why are you not moving? There ain't shit coming through there. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and delete that little section from all these. I don't care if they're working or not. Sometimes it's easier just to get rid of all of them and fix them all, even if one or two is actually functional. Seems like really that only that 1, 2. This one's backwards anyways. No, it's not the only one. Got a whole slew of them here that's backwards. The hell? Oh, they're not backwards, they're upside down. That makes a little bit of sense. I'm sitting there looking at the power pole, and it's like, why is it on the wrong side? Because a lot of these I put on the pipe. So they're not snapped to the foundation above their head. So they're literally just upside down. Which is fine. I don't care if they're upside down. I care if they're working or not. I think that makes a little bit of sense. That's quite frankly the only thing I care about, is that, are they working? Is this save available? Yes. I have a link in my Discord. It's in a channel called Shareables. I don't know. And it was it's the save as of a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So I think what's happening here is literally just in that save, it is mostly up to date. Okay. Standard YouTube, standard streamer thing, just exclamation point Discord to get the link, or it's down in the description. Okay, so I've got a bunch of sulfuric that's not moving. But that sulfuric could easily be not moving because I don't have the waste coming in. So let's get the waste going again. Okay, it's like the belts here are completely empty. But at least now all the sulfuric should be flowing. I just have to get the other belt of sulfur in where the hell it needs to go. Okay, not a problem. Let me know how your server handles it. Now bear in mind, there's like no resources available to really do anything. All that's left over is iron, copper, and limestone. There ain't a lot of copper. Yeah, that was one of the weird things with the petabyte thing, is I actually ran out of limestone on the map. I never thought I'd have to use the fine quartz recipe, but I did. Or the fine concrete, not fine quartz. I'm not a huge fan of that recipe, but I use whatever the hell I have to use when I have to use it. And that one is slightly more efficient on limestone to concrete. It's just you're giving up quartz, which is a rather rare resource. Seems to be one of those things that some people care about, like me, and some people don't. Just not really a big fan of burning one of my rare resources to make freaking concrete. Unless I have to. Have you seen that one power shard per minute from 12 SAM with a small limestone injection at the start? Yeah, I've seen that one. And it's a decent idea. The problem is just I needed so many. I make 112 power shards per minute here, and all of my SAM is spoken for. But that's one of the nice things about this game is there's always weird things like that you can do. Like when I started this playthrough and people found out that I wasn't on all pures. I was just on basically a default 1.1 map. They're like, "Oh, you're not going to hit 14 terawatts. It's not possible." Blah 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 blah. I had a lot of people telling me that what my power graph currently says was not possible. And I was like, seems like it is. And that's one of my big things. I love to prove people wrong. You're not getting sulfuric acid. Oh, it's not getting sulfuric acid because it's not getting sulfur. 103. No, I'm only using 70. I'm using another 33, the other 33 to basically duplicate SAM. So there's 106 on the map. You eat 3 researching. But I basically need to cause a meltdown because my sulfur goes into the refineries on this side first, which goes into the blenders down here, which don't get waste until after this fills up. But yeah, there's 7 alien power augmenters down there, completely fueled. It's faster to zoom in than try to fly all the way down there. Even slide jumping up, that's going to be a lot faster. I need to go down there and see how they're running though. Yeah, so as soon as we actually start filling up down here, I'm seeing more and more blue lights kicking on the blenders. Some of that's just eating through the sulfuric acid that was already pumped into them. But I need to know where I run out of sulfur, so I know where I have to inject more sulfur. I'm only going to know that when all these blenders actually are full and are eating the sulfuric acid. Yeah, because without the alien power augmenters, I've got like 4 point. I'm saying just less than 5 terawatts, or just less. I got 2.8 from the fuel gens, 40 something gigawatts from the coal, and 1.915 from nuclear. So. Yeah, so I should be. That's weird. Yeah, that's right. I'm just shy of 5 terawatts without the power augmenters. I did 1.75 terawatts of nuclear in a slightly modded world. This is 1.91, and the only way I've got up to that is I literally throw all the world's bauxite and a chunk of copper into copper to bauxite, and then all the bauxite into making more uranium. Probably terawatts. Because I was able to hit 900 gigawatts with just the stuff that's on the map. There's 900 gigawatts with just uranium. I got just about 2 terawatts with just nuclear going all the way to fixonium on my last playthrough. But the water consumption for this wasn't really all that bad. I built most of this over the water because, all the pure recipes. Pure iron ingots, pure copper ingots, pure K-terium or K-terium, however you want to say it. I've always been a K-terium sayer. I get asked a lot, how did I go about deciding where things were going to go? And honestly, I can tell you, YOLO. Oh shit. Hey Shy, I don't know if you're still around. I got all my bottles. Oops, kind of forgot about that. Which one is it? I pulled a sloop out of one of these. There should be 2 machines that are not slooped at the moment. I know that one's one of them. Where's the other one? That one. Location of factories, all just vibing how close to the resource you need, how much space you have. No, I'm not close to any resource that I need. I brought all the resources to me. And I mean all the resources. But generally, I use Satisfactory Modeler to figure out how many machines I need, and then I'll put down a machine and I'll get kind of an idea of how wide it is, and then I'll go from there. That's why it's all kind of willy-nilly. Doesn't really look like it's all that well thought out. I just put shit where it fits. And that's long and short of it. I definitely did not plan out. Now, some things I did have to plan out, like my nuclear power plants. I had to figured out how wide each one was. Gave myself about a foundation of leeway in between them so I could run my belts and my pipes, all that stuff. The blueprint for these power towers are in my Discord. I don't normally share my blueprints because my blueprints suck. But I gave myself about a foundation of space in between how big the nuclear reactors were. And it's like, okay, cool. I need 200 foundations long. Because each one of these rows is 44 wide. Or 44 long. There's 44 nuclear reactors. So I needed 200 foundations down. And I needed 45 wide. It's a big pain in the ass because 2 of these trees had been here. But the power towers are only like that because I'm using rocket fuel. Would you say trucks are worth using for most people? Are trains quicker? Trains can reach a higher max speed. The only thing that's actually faster than a train as far as just flat out speed is a drone, but a drone's carry capacity bites it in the ass. I don't use a lot of... This playthrough has 0 functioning vehicles. You'll see a lot of drones, but those are... That's an idea I'm tossing around that I need to see if... I need to spend a couple hours to see if I'm going to do it or not. The major reason I'm not using vehicles is I didn't have the power to run trains for quite a while. Plus, since I need all of the world's resources, and I mean all, every single spec of like 9 of the world's resources are gone in this playthrough. 20 drones aren't functioning. They're not actually set up. There's 2 drones that are currently running, and that is literally one taking plutonium fuel rods over here, and one just burning them on a trip that I haven't canceled. Trucks and tractors can be fantastic in short distances. Like my previous playthrough, I used them a lot to move coal and limestone. Everything else was handled by trains. Okay. Anything that's yellow does not have sulfuric acid. Anything that's blue probably does. My rule of thumb is usually when biome is belts only, trucks are for between adjacent biomes, and trains are for cross map or mass items. Yeah, I can see that. If you're only trying to move a couple hundred items, trucks, tractors, fine. If you're trying to move thousands or tens of thousands, it's probably best with trains. If you're trying to move hundreds of thousands, run belts. Yes, does it suck to run belts all the way across the world? Yes. Yes, it does. And I speak of this from personal experience. Like I said, all the world's resources, because chat told me I had to build this all in one giant freaking factory. And I'd be a pretty crappy content creator if I didn't listen to chat. It was a sandbox game, so there's no right or wrong. Yeah, that's kind of the major thing. I released a video Sunday. Basically a list of recipes that I really don't like using. I choose not to use most of the time. And I went in and said, I'm not saying these are bad recipes. I'm just saying these are recipes that I personally don't care for. And a lot of times it comes down to understanding how they function. Why do I have a bunch of these? Okay, we got shit that's not flowing right. And for anybody new here, this stream will not be PG. Okay, so why are you not getting yours? Oh. No, that's such overflow. Something here is not operating. You'd be amazed how many people complain. But part of my reasoning for doing the recipes I don't like idea was, tell me why you do like this. Tell me what your use case for this recipe is. Basically, sell me this recipe. Why should I use this recipe? Oh. Yeah, I wonder why I'm not getting all my... Yeah, that might help. It's amazing what happens when you literally don't hook up one of your friggin' machines. Alright. Sulfuric acid. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 540. You are awesome. Absolutely amazing. Okay, that one does... got no flow rate there, so let's swap that over. Now we got some flow rate. Oh shit. Speaking of not hooking up stuff. Well, if people actually notice that I did that, and we're just waiting for me to actually notice I screwed that up. It happens. That happens a lot. People really seem to like me watching me suffer. Now, let's go back over to the refineries. Basically, we're going to be bouncing between the refineries and the blenders. Refineries, blenders, refineries, blenders. Because theoretically speaking, I should have a whole row of blue lights together. And then I should have a section where they fall I'll have a green light at the very beginning, I'll have a whole lot of blue, and then I'll have a whole lot of yellow. Each of these is sucking in, if that's a 1200 belt, which it's not, it should be able to feed 16. Again, bear in mind, this is not a 1200 belt. I know full well this is not a 1200 belt. Okay, so where do we start running out? Guessing right here. Now the question is this going to fill up? Is this one actually getting enough? Yes or no? Oh wait, never mind. That one should fill up. We got 1200 divided by 75. That's 16 machines. I know this other belt is a 1200. So the back 16. That's not getting enough sulfur. It had 60 in it. Now it doesn't. Now, this is very much a me thing. A lot of people do not do what I'm doing right here. That is, I'm using a priority merger and a smart splitter to send more on. Actually, I'm using 2 priority mergers. It's got to be like 1150. That's, yeah. I'd have to do the math on exactly what's supposed to be on there. But basically, any single time, the way this works is this just, like I said, this is an injection system. Anytime any sulfur comes from on this belt, more back goes this way. And hopefully there's enough sulfur there. And now, these are all smart splitters. This is just something I do. That way it fills one machine before it tries to fill the next. And the major reason I do this is that way I can always tell where I need to inject more. Because most times when I do these things, it's some funky ass number. Yeah, so there's 15 machines. Oh, there's 14 machines at 75. Plus another, yeah, so it's about 1100. And a raid over there on the Twitch. Thank you. Did not get notification that I was getting raided. Thank you for the raid. I guess maybe it hasn't come through yet. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to Idgits Gaming, where we stupidly build stupidly large things in a stupid manner. Okay, so now all of this is... I'm going to go ahead and turn off the nuclear water again. We're going to let all of this process. And once I have all my sulfuric acid, there's the raid. Thank you for the raid, Hawara. I do greatly appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to turn off nuclear water. And nuclear water is literally just all of the water extractors hooked up beneath my nuclear power plant. I never said they were hard, I just hate them. And most of it's because of the volume I'm playing with. Get into those non-Newtonian fluids and they get to be all kinds of weird. Bits! Currently we are at 1,167 hours. I forgot about the stream. I was wondering where you were, Fitz. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, bud. You know, I've been a little busy the last 1,167 hours. Oh. Okay, I take back that whole I'm glad you're here. Oh. I actually just had a drink, so that's my hydrate. Ow. So now we can start chugging through this uranium waste now that the sulfuric acid should be flowing correctly. Ah. What have you missed so far? Remember last stream we were fighting with sulfuric acid? It was kind of the entire stream was fighting with sulfuric acid. Like, we couldn't get rid of the nuclear waste because, but yeah, we were talking about the water for nukes. Yeah, that's how I dealt with it. And I always build my nukes over water so I can just do this. The only reason it's up as high as it is because there's a pesky freaking rock. There's that one, and there's another one right there. So I built the foundation up high enough that those rocks aren't actually in my way. Now, I've used a crap ton of pumps now. I use 0 pumps to move all the world's oil. That's the only thing I ever said. Have you finished the gas you were working on the other day? Nitrogen, no. I haven't even been in, I barely even been in this since last stream. I try not to get in this world all that much without you guys. All the waste is moving. And I did try to do the waste in kind of an intelligent way. There's only supposed to be like 1,100 on each belt, so if I don't see a gap, I know there's a backup. Oh, that's fine, Fitz. Yeah, I never finished it. I'm gonna let it run because we did find an issue at one of the nitrogen nodes. I need to go check that. While we wait to eat through all the waste here. It was a collision issue between multiple gases. Which I don't know if that's a happens to everyone type thing or if it just happens to me. But I moved all the world's oil without a single friggin' pump, and it runs fine. Nitrogen has been the bane of my existence on this playthrough. Oh, does watching me count as math homework? You know we're gonna be doing some damn math. You can have fun with that. You can keep that to yourself, bud. Okay. So the problem we were running into was this one. And it's still down to 98%. This is the entire reason why I'm really tempted to drone shit. They shouldn't need to be Mark IIs, but I can. There's only 150 in that pipe. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's the whole problem is they're colliding. But now that I see which pipe that is, that pipe's been a pain in my backside basically this entire playthrough. That single pipe has been a massive, massive nightmare. That's all I did on that one. That one's running fine, so. Yeah, I've actually tried that. Like I said, this pipe has been a pain in the ass for multiple hundreds of hours. I literally use Satisfactory calculator to just turn every pipe on this playthrough to Mark IIs, into Mark IIs. Because obviously with 800 kilometers of pipe, I'm not going through that. I'm lazy, and I'm willing to admit that. No, there are no mega blueprints here. I only did that because there's, like I said, 800 kilometers of pipe. There's literally a way that you can adjust pipes from Mark 1s to Mark 2s. Yeah, it's a little nuts. That's why it's taken almost 1,200 hours. Now, somebody was talking about taking my Tower of Power and making that a blueprint, and somebody was talking about back before 1.2 launched, my Belt Highway, my Mega Belt Highway, taps every single node, and short of daisy chaining, was 1.1 compatible. So somebody was going to go through and turn it all into my entire Belt Highway into a Mega Blueprint, so that people that on 1.1 could use that. In 110 hours, and I'm finishing my rocket fuel plant. I'll trade you. You can do my rocket. You can fix my rocket fuel plant. It's only 2.8 terawatts. So I'm just waiting for this waste here to burn out. It's only 2.8 terawatts of rocket fuel. I'm only doing with 133 generators. Gonna top off the power with nuclear plant next. Nothing more, only 2.8. Yeah, it's a little guy. It's a little power plant. Oh, I helped Crypt, who's another content creator, get his power plant up and running over the weekend, and I think he was making something like 10 gigawatts. I will give you all the power you want, Fitz. Just hook up to the grid. You'll be fine. But this entire playthrough, first and foremost, was a massive thought exercise back in 1.1 that if you took all the world's resources and you focused them all at power, like you weren't worried about any space elevator parts, you weren't worried about anything else, just unadulterated power. All the megawatts. How many megawatts could you make? We came up with 14,757,000 and some change. And so many people, when they're playing this game, they get to a certain point and they're like, instead of making this function properly and balancing this properly, I'll just throw more at it. No, I'm saying this for people other than you, Fitz. Love you. But remember, there's other people watching too. So this has definitely been a learning exercise on how to get things working when you're balanced on that razor's edge where everything has to run perfectly. Because if one system shuts down, there's a cascading failure. Like, you wouldn't think my nuclear power plant relies on oil. But oil and heavy oil residue for the fuel gens, and through the whole tree of that, produces polymer resin. That polymer resin makes plastic and rubber. Plastic makes AI limiters, which makes the electromagnetic control rods, which makes fuel rods. Right there. The rubber gets combined with aluminum casings to make heat sinks, to make plutonium fuel rods, which is how I get rid of the freaking byproducts, or all the products being made from the uranium waste. So if oil goes down, or if oil is not running perfectly, nuclear can't run perfectly. I see you got 200 followers on Twitch. Yes, I did. I think we're up to 201 right now. And YouTube's been going freaking nuts in a great way. I came to like the stream. I gotta go now because I gotta try to sleep, else my liver will actually come out to greet me. I hope you get some rest, Cross. All right, so there's no more waste coming from the nuke plant. All we have is what's sitting here. So once all these turn yellow, the waste is gone as far as it's going to go. Which means we should be pretty freaking well backed up on sulfur. Still got a lot of blue lights, so. But that'll cause sulfur to back up nicely, which is fine. I want all of those to turn yellow as well. And that's the main thing you missed, Bits. I made more sulfur refineries to make sulfuric acid, and I ran 31 pipes underneath it here. I'm hoping if sulfuric acid is not fixed now, we got some serious freaking problems. Because every one of those freaking blender pairs has an individual refinery. Yeah, 31 pipes. The vast majority of which only contain about 75 per minute. It takes the guesswork out dealing with bigger pipes. If I've got a problem at this pair of blenders with sulfuric acid, all I have to do is go find its matching refinery. Is it the best way to do it? God, no. Is it the most efficient way to do it? I can hell no. Should it work? Yes. Will it work? We're going to see. Okay, so those are all yellow. Still got some blue over here at the refineries. Once all the refineries go yellow, then I know the pipes are fully backed up, the refineries are fully backed up, everything is A-okay. It'll be okay. But this just, like I said, this just forces everything to actually fill up. Remember, a full pipe is a happy pipe. And you want your pipes to be happy, right? Oh, there's a common belief in this game that you can only achieve your maximum flow rate if your pipes are full. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. Pipes and shit and me don't get along. But just like I was given the idea that those 4, I don't know how to count manufacturers that were over here, we just put them up like this. Replace the one that's supposed to be missing there and put the other 3 on top. Technically, yeah, that's how it works in the real world, but water towers make sure that happens even with pipes not full. Yeah, I agree. I know. But there's certain aspects of real world fluid dynamics that do not factor in properly in this game. Like, there's arguments that the water tower trick is basically a siphon, but I can tell you right now it's not, because with a legit siphon, you could take that pump off and it'd still work. You could build a water tower and fill the buffer at the top up with no output pipe, disconnect both input and output, connect your input to a source and your output to wherever, and it would flow with real world fluid dynamics, because that's literally a siphon. I'm just waiting for these to start filling up. But I realized, this game wasn't going for hyper realism. That's fine. I don't need hyper realism in my freaking factory building game. And like I said, absolute worst case scenario, there is a lovely mod called Pipe Tuner that allows you to adjust a lot of the fluid mechanics in the game. And if I can't get this sorted by the end of the week, I'll install that, and yeah, we'll just go from there. And I'll try to get a hold of Magellan or whatever his name is, and send him this save file. I'm like, hey, have fun. Any tips for nuclear power? Going to start it in a couple days. If you're not doing something like I'm doing, build for more waste disposal than what you need. Like, if you only need to dispose of 300 waste, build for 350. And my personal opinion is I don't turn on my nuclear setups until I have the entire waste setup done. Like, we had the quick wire done, we had all the uranium cells and fuel rods. We had that done for like 2 weeks before I even turned on the power plants. But like Fitz says, plan everything, and also decide how far you want to go in nuclear. Like, I'm only going to uranium. I have zero plans to burn my plutonium. So I use the ultra efficient recipes for uranium fuel rods, and then I use the recipes that are more efficient getting rid of waste than making plutonium fuel rods. If I wanted more plutonium fuel rods, there are better recipes than what I'm using. The recipes I'm using are more efficient in getting rid of waste. They take more waste. More waste is consumed, less plutonium is produced, which is what I want. Because the only thing I care about is getting rid of that waste. But I've done through Fixonium before, and it's definitely a learning curve. I recommend people do it because it'll teach you a lot. And you'll learn to hate dark matter. Oh, crap. I just remembered that. Oh, I gotta look that up again. I can't believe I didn't think of that. In this game, and this is something I learned in my last playthrough, we always talk about fluid dynamics, fluid mechanics, but liquids behave differently than gases. And thank you, YouTube subscriber number 541. You are also absolutely amazing. And I think you're freaking awesome. And hello, Potato. So right now, for anybody new just tuning in or anything like that, I am waiting for my sulfuric acid refineries to completely back up, because once they are fully backed up, I know the blenders are completely full. All the pipes between the refineries and those blenders are completely full. The output buffer is full. The input buffer is full. I can turn this on and I shouldn't have to worry about it. Casper is at work. She might be listening, but she's at work. So she's definitely not on Twitch. And as big as my chat is on the screen, it's still very difficult to read the chat on screen on a mobile device. Yeah, right now we're just killing time. We're kind of just killing time, I guess, answering questions if anybody has any about how, like, about the game, about the 14 terawatt power plant. Yeah, on a PC it's great. On a mobile device it's not. I see you over there, you fucking whack-a-moles. Look at all them whack-a-moles. But the one thing I do want to do after I get nuclear ironed out, we're going to take all of the turbo fuel, all of it, and we're going to sink it, because I do have a mod that allows me to sink fluids. Can we ask a personal question? Yeah, I don't care. I'm an open book for the most part. As long as you don't get too, like, over the top, I'll answer basically anything. How did me and Casper meet? Online dating personal, or a personals website back in the early 2000s. Kind of shows our age there. So we got another one that's full. And I'm definitely seeing a couple more pop on to full, so. And the website doesn't even exist anymore. The drawback is there's some pretty lengthy pipes on some of these, so. We're just waiting for these to fill up. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna see if I can find some of those whack-a-moles. And once I'm confident that the nuclear power is actually running properly, so that's just not getting enough fuel. Sometimes it's a fuel issue, sometimes it's an in issue, sometimes it's an out issue. Glad to see I'm not seeing like banks of yellow. Because if it's more than one yellow, it's probably a out issue. Out issue means it could be a nitrogen issue. Like I said, nitrogen has been a pain in my butt. Yeah, like. But now that I remember that, there's a different set of rules for gases than there is for liquids. I need to look that up again, and that might sort out a good chunk of my problems. Though Drake was talking earlier that he's had a lot of issues running stacked liquids over long horizontal runs. Looks like it's starting to fill up. Never mind. It's drained all out. I know this is exhilarating gameplay currently while I wait for these damn things to fill up, but something that kind of needs to be done. This just absolutely ensures in my head that all this stuff is, it ain't going nowhere. Think of it as priming the system. Now that one's filling up. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 more to fill up. What are geysers used for? I can show you real quick. There's a couple over here in the swamp while we wait for that to fill up. The geysers are used for geothermal power. I don't really recommend it unless you're starving for power. A grand total on a base map, and I don't think geysers are affected by any of the randomness stuff. If you were to tap every single geyser on the map, all of them, and hooked them up to their own individual grid, you would get a whopping 17 gigawatts. That's it. Yeah, this is what you need for geysers. There's a research in the MAM to unlock the geothermal generator. Like this one, max consumption or max production 300 megawatts. They would be a lot better if they were more easily made early game, but if I remember right, they're kind of a pain in the butt to make. Major! Yeah, but the problem is to make a geothermal generator. I guess it's not really that bad. It's motors, modular frames, high-speed connectors, which those definitely aren't a super early game thing. Copper sheets and wire. If it wasn't for the high-speed connectors, that wouldn't be bad. Because everything else is phase 1, early phase 2. And generally, by the time you really automated your high-speed connectors, 17 gigawatts. And remember, 17 gigawatts for every geyser. And they are all over the place. There is a lot of them. Most of them are between 150 and 400 megawatt. Or 150 and 450. And the power is not stable. So, like, I don't know if you watched there when I was in the thing. It's if you've done like particle accelerators or anything that tier or higher, you get like the fluctuating power consumption. Yeah, like you could easily hook one up to a decent sized power storage and use it to charge it. I don't think there's really anything in this game that's useless. There's just some things that serve a lot less use than others. I had to go over this a lot in comments for my latest video. It's kind of the difference between something that is useful 90% of the time and something that's useful 1% of the time. Yes, there's a lot of things that in this super niche, rare occurrence thing might be fantabulous. If they took the high-speed connector out and, I don't know, use like rotors or stators instead. Or even, I don't know, help. Maybe like quick wire and wire. So you could easily access it as a alternative to coal. That'd be awesome. That's where a lot of it kind of comes down to, is when is something useful. Like I put rigger motors on my list of things I wouldn't use, even though it is a super efficient recipe. Like we actually look at motors. You've got three different ways to make it. You got electric motors, which aren't. This is probably the number one reason why I don't like rigger motor, because I would rather make electric motor than rigger motor, and it's the same efficiency. A quick wire cable and circuit boards, yeah, I can make that easy. Quick wire silica and circuit boards, yeah. But at that point, if I got to bring silica into the mix, I might as well use rigger motor. I kind of wish silica was its own resource. It wasn't just coming from quartz. Like, we're exploiting this planet for its own all its natural resources. Sand is basically silica, right? Silica-based sand. Speaking of. A whole lot of broccoli backed up here. Like this is completely freaking full of non-fissile uranium. Was it? When I first started playing this game, I couldn't figure out how it was said, so I just called it gold. She says it's on the, it's basically gold. And I mean, I got kind of griped out that I call it K-terium instead of K-terium. And it's like, eh. It was named K-terium because of the owners of the game? Was it? Somebody in Coffee Stain named Catherine? I know, according to Ada, it was named that after one of the founders of Fix-It, but... See, that would make more sense, because in the Ada thing, it's named after somebody named Catherine. And every time I've seen the name Katarina, it's Cat-arena, which K-terium would be the proper way to say it. So yeah, send me that link if you can find it. I mean, I guess I would still be K-terium, not K-terium. I don't know. I like... My brain just automatically goes to K-terium, not K-terium. It's like those things that you've read, but you've never heard the name. And no matter how many times you hear somebody say it properly, it takes you a while for your brain to, like, switch to, oh, that's how I'm supposed to say it. I think you guys get what I mean. I used to be huge in the saltwater, like corals and stuff, aquarium hobby. And one of the things that you have to use to keep saltwater corals alive is actinic lighting. Hard blue lighting, because most corals live so far under the water that a lot of the yellows and whites in natural daylight go away. So the corals are more used to blue lights. And I couldn't say actinic forever, because when I read it, that's not how my brain sounded it out. Just send it in the Discord. Okay, so right now we're just waiting to get enough waste to fill up this side, so we can start purging through a lot of this backed up broccoli here. Weird the broccoli's that backed up. It's like all that's completely backed up. So that one does go to this row. It's scary. I've got this much goddamn spicy broccoli. And that's just what I call non-fissile uranium. Alright, I appreciate that. You sent the times, you put the timestamp on it. I normally watch Doug and Nova. Doug's been in my chat a couple times. He pops in from time to time. And that's one of the great things about this community is a lot of us content creators, a lot of them actually do come to hang out some of these smaller ones. What's going on, GD Ballistic? Yeah. I mean, I hate them for obvious reasons. I've been dealing with a lot of fluids. I'll just be happy if the uranium waste actually wants to flow correctly now. This is not all with nuclear. I've got 1.9 terawatts with nuclear, 2.8 terawatts with rocket fuel, and about 41 gigawatts with coal. Stuff running at 100% now or not? I don't know. I won't know for a little while. I'm still about 30 to 40 gigawatts off my goal. That belt's completely backed up. The idea for this playthrough was to use every bit of resources I could to make as much power as possible using a default 1.1 map. Because this was all theory crafted before 1.2 came out. So we didn't know we'd get random node we didn't know we'd be able to change node purities. We didn't know we'd be able to change recipe cost or any of that stuff. So when 1.2 experimental came out, I started this about an hour and a half after it dropped. So there was a lot of uncertainty as far as how 1.2 started, and by the time 1.2 went live, I had already built a lot of this. And I wasn't starting over just to change things. And now I have a horrible idea that I don't want to do, which puts this power plant to shame. Shame! Oh, no. Oh, I haven't told you this. The power plant that I mapped out, since you're on PC, I will put the number on the screen. This might be the maximum theoretical amount of power that you could possibly make. For anybody who isn't looking on a PC or a large screen, the number I put on there is 2,057,463,627.88 megawatts, which is 2 petawatts. Now, bear in mind, the bad thing about that is that right there, those towers you see in the distance, that is 4,680 fuel gens. 2 petawatts contains 555,000 fuel gens for rocket fuel, not including the additional 101,000 for turbo fuel, because there is not enough nitrogen on the map. You cannot make enough nitrogen with SAM using virtually every drop of SAM on the map to actually turn all the turbo fuel into rocket fuel. Yeah. Oh, Fitz, you know me. The rocket ones are overclocked to 240 to make it to 10 per minute. Yeah, some. Some. Just to put that in perspective, that is 9,555,653.25 rocket fuel per minute out of 47,778 blenders. I don't know about you, but I don't know if you're going to have space for it. The only way it would literally be feasible would be to go above, basically go to the highest point in the Red Forest, slap down a foundation, and sky foundation the entire planet. The idea for that 2 petawatt consumes over 5 million water. That is 8,382 pipes just of water. Build in the void. I'd be building everywhere. I don't think you can go out of the border anymore. Now, bear in mind, this has taken me 4 months to build. That would be a year or more of constant streaming. I don't want to do that. 10 years or so, it's probably. And if I see Vogue Oracle, I will ask him to look at the modeler file, see if he can find any issues with it. Okay, so that one seems to be... That one's flowing pretty damn close to being full now. Yeah, I can send it to you. It's built on my current one. Now bear in mind, that 2 petawatt takes advantage of 2 massive changes in 1.2. all pure nodes, which is a very small amount of that change, and 1/4 recipe cost. And it does. I'm not 100% sure it's actually working properly. Because like the base heavy oil residue recipe consumes 30 crude oil to get 40 heavy oil residue. But if you go through Modeler and you say 1/4 recipe cost, when you do the heavy oil residue recipe, it's 10 crude to 40 heavy oil residue. That's not 1/4 of it. That's 1/3 of it. So I don't know if that's an issue in Modeler, if that's an issue in Satisfactory, or if they did that on purpose. Thankfully, I will say either Coffee Stain or Modeler, I'm probably going to make a creative world that has the lower recipe cost, because there's a couple things I want to check. Because one of the things I thought of was packagers. Are they affected by the 1/4 recipe cost? Like, do I put 1 bottle in of biofuel and get 4 units of the fluid out? Has anybody messed around with the 1/4 recipe cost multiplier? Bad thing is I don't have enough waste for these two, but I've got it literally backing up down there. God, I hate that autosave. The drawback is this entire system is built to consume exactly the amount I produce, so I don't have any leeway. I need to go snip a belt. Basically, we're gonna feed power to the first 2 rows, which is what supplies the waste for the plutonium pellets, but we're going to cut fuel to the other rows. Unfortunately, if you ever ran a nuclear power plant in this game, I don't know what it's like in real life, just cutting the fuel going in still means it's got to burn all the fuel that's in it, plus all the fuel that's sitting on the belts to go in. No, this is one of the reasons I'm very, very, very tempted to redo how my power wires are set up down below. Right now, I've got every water extractor on one big flip switch. So when I turn on the reactors, all of them turn on. I would kind of like to be able to turn on bank by bank. With water instead of with fuel. Smart splitters are awesome for this. Like, there should be a gap on this belt. Because there's not, that tells me that that's actually backed up. None of these belts are supposed to run at 1200. If any of these belts are running above 1100, there's a problem. Each one of these sucks down half a fuel rod a minute. Like, this row's running fine. It's not backed up. This row seems to be running fine. That row seems to be running fine. I got two rows that are not. But they've literally got to consume all the fuel that's been sent to them before they'll stop making waste. The only big drawback with the smart splitter way of cutting fuel going in is that doesn't really... I can't do that remotely. I have to go all the way over here. And it's a little bit of a trek. It's a little bit of a journey. Have you decided the game you're going? Well, I'm going to do this for... I'm going to try to iron this out this week. Next week, we're going to do Satisfactory Plus, and we'll vote on one of the break games. Me and the kid have been playing a lot of Power World recently, but I don't really want to stream that. Because we've kind of been streaming Power World, but it's obvious that people... I'm not going to get new people with that because there's so many people. What? Satisfactory Plus is just a massively more complicated version of Satisfactory. And thank you for the raid, Grill Sergeant. Welcome back, buddy. So right now we're waiting on some of those nuclear reactors to run out of fuel, because I guess last time I ran this system, the spicy broccoli has been backing up. So I have it set to continue to feed row 1 and 2, which is what feeds this whole assembly. So hopefully we can get rid of all the backed up spicy broccoli. Then I will go and fire up the other rows. We have hit 14.7 terawatts. And as of right now, I'm going to have to leave this run for a while. But it seems like sulfuric is actually running oil production has begun. Trains are next. Awesome. Proud of you, bud. And I do purposely have these backed up. So hopefully this can run for the next couple hours and not have any hiccups. Because it'd be really nice if I could get nuclear to run consistently. I hated trains the first time through. Now I need to use them. They're not that bad. Major things I will say for trains, for anyone that's not super familiar with them. Think of the entire thing as a roadway. I don't know if you're American, if you're European, or where you're from, but any type of roadway, one direction drives on one side, the other direction drives on the other side. Same basic principle with trains. Would not recommend a two-way train, where one train goes back and forth, unless it's just one small segment. I haven't even started steel and bronze production, and I'm already running low on power again. Still relying on coal. Why are you relying on coal? Why not and for anybody wondering, Corpy is currently playing Satisfactory Plus, so what I'm about to say will not make sense to base game players. Why not just maximize your algae production? You can run an absolute metric ton of power out of 1 to 2 algae nodes. I didn't say oil, I said algae. Your renewable biomass. Really weird that this row hasn't filled up yet. Guess that one's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty damn close to being filled up. Because I am shoving more waste down this belt than what this side needs. Somebody started a playthrough and they can only use biofuel. Well, I'm going to be doing that in September because it's going to be a long time before I get to phase 2 and unlock coal with 1000x space elevator parts. Especially when you factor in the recipe cost multiplier and the power consumption multiplier. Yeah, they're no, that's a horrible idea. It's like somebody had come into one of my my first day on this playthrough stream, and this was recent. Surprising enough, the day one version of this stream series still gets a good chunk of views. And they just came up with ideas of something to go with the Viagra playthrough. And they're like, oh, but you can only use one machine to make each part, so you couldn't have, you know, crap ton like this. And you're limited to Mark 1 belts, Mark 1 pipes, Mark 1 everything. You can't use Mark 2 or above. And they started doing the math and like, yeah, that would literally take months just to beat phase 1. It's like, yeah, something you have to realize is, you know, as somebody who's trying to do content creation, not only do I have to like do these hard challenges, I have to do these hard challenges and keep it entertaining. Because if it's not at least somewhat entertaining, people aren't going to stick around and watch. No, I have decided no slooping though. No slooping and no mass underclocking. The amount of machines is already going to suck because, again, multiplied recipe cost, it's going to be that much harder for me to get items. Like you think about biomass. You know, your first step. Hello, Wolf. How you doing, bud? But yeah, 5x multiplier wood to biomass with a 5x is a 1-to-1 wood to biomass. Leaves, you're talking what, 50 leaves to 5? It's a 5-to-1 ratio, biomass to leaves. Yeah, I don't think I'm starting in the northern forest. I think we're starting in the Rocky Desert. Because it's already going to be hard, I kind of figure maybe give myself at least a little bit of edge by starting in a biome I'm familiar with. And I really don't want to start in the green fields again. Screw the green fields. Okay, so this row is now full. We are completely consuming all of the spicy broccoli. Did we fix nuclear yet? I believe so. What would you say the best area to start in? I really, really like the Rocky Desert. The only problem with nuclear that I currently have is all these times of starting it, stopping it, starting it, stopping it, starting it, stopping it, yada, 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 yada. I have backed up spicy broccoli. Because when I turn the whole system off, anything that's still left in here can be converted to broccoli, and there's no waste over there to convert it over to plutonium pellets. But how you doing there, Wolflag? So at this very moment in second time, I have cut fuel going into rows 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There's no more fuel going in there. All that's there is what's already in the machine. So I gotta wait for them to all to burn through what's there. And since each one contains 50, it's gonna take at least a minimum of 25 minutes to start seeing a reduction in waste. But I do have rows 1 and 2 still fueled, because rows 1 and 2 feed these 2 rows. And I would like to take a moment to remind you, if you have not already, please remember to smack that like button over there on the YouTubes, and the subscribe and follow buttons on YouTube and Twitch respectively. Free for you, helps me out a great freaking deal, and I try not to say it all that often, but like and subscribe on YouTube, follow over on Twitch, and if you've got a little bit of extra pocket change kicking around, consider subscribing on Twitch or becoming a member on YouTube. Oh, fuck. Working on my chill save. This started out as a pretty chill save. And another hydrate. And then, you know, I made 14 terawatts of power. That kind of killed a lot of the chill aspect. I mean, I think I've been keeping it kind of chill for people who've been here for a while. There's definitely been some stress. I still can't believe the best I've seen so far is 14.74. I should be at 14.75. Damn near 6. Didn't look like concrete for a second. It looked like freaking copper powder. It's like, I'm not making copper powder. Yeah, I'm not a speedrunner. Very rarely can I play a game enough to develop that kind of speed. Nothing against those who can't. I get burnt out in games too easily. I've never seen 14.75. My first save by myself? Cool. How far have you gotten so far? Definitely a game that bodes well for chill. Because obviously this belt should not be backing up. But that belt there should not be reading above 1100. Because it's reading above 1100, I know there's extra waste. The goal is 14.757 stable. But like I said, if I can't stabilize it by Thursday, there is a mod called Pipe Tuner that allows you to adjust some of the mechanics of pipes, which allows 600 pipes to flow a little bit better. And we'll be installing that. I'm not going to bore you guys with a month of me trying to iron all this out. We've already spent 4 months in this playthrough. A third of the way through phase 2. I can respect that. So you're doing one space elevator part at a time? Or you're 1/3 of the way through all 3 parts for phase 2? Sorry, I'm nosy like that. Oh, one tiny bit of advice, and I'm not trying to tell you how to play the game or anything, but remember, when you get to phase 3, the phase 3 components for the space elevator will require more stuff of the phase 2, and phase 4 will require more of the phase 3. So it's very beneficial to set up automation for all 3 parts, because you're going to need a lot more of those versatile frameworks and adaptive control units and smart platings. I think it's still smart plating on phase 2. It's been a long time since I've done the space elevator. Now that's the only advice I'm going to give. Because I know when I did my first save, I'm like, cool, I'll just make a bunch of these and I won't need them again. And I'll just feed them the space elevator, and then I'll make whatever the hell they ask for next. And then I realized it wants more of the crap from last time. It's like, hey, you mentioned it back. The problem is, this system isn't designed to accept. It isn't designed to turn through overflow. I think my best idea I need to go through and redo the power wires for the nuclear water so that I can turn on bank 1, bank 2, bank 3, bank 4, 5, 6, 7, and I can turn them on in series. Like, I know bank 1 and 2, that's this area with a little bit of overflow down this last belt. Yeah, because the problem is that even if I just stored the broccoli, it can't go anywhere because the system is designed to eat it as it comes out. Yeah, but I'd still have a backlog of the broccoli. And every time I had to turn the system off, it just built back up. Not to mention, we got a couple belts of broccoli. Yeah, it builds up from the particles back because the particles stop getting their waste. Building up the first line of this is normally the biggest freaking pain in the butt. But the nice thing is, the extra waste that row 2 produces... Actually, if I could just fire up row 1. Row 1 is just that. And it's got a little bit, like 87 waste that would backflows over here. Yeah, those are green lights. We should start noticing a decrease in waste here soon. Because those machines have to be getting low on fuel. Let's go check the machines. Because every machine that stops running, that's 25 waste. And I got those 14 bins of fuel rods over there, so. Just the easiest way to get over there. Except for when I do that. Because the waste goes one way, the fuel rods go the other way. Because the drawback is, if I let this back up too far, if I don't turn it back on at the right time, rows 1 and 2 are going to back up. Because obviously the spicy broccoli can't do nothing if there's or I can't get rid of the spicy broccoli if there's no spicy broccoli to get rid of. You got all the glowy spicy stuff, Amija. Still got 45 in fuel rods in that. I was about to say that freaking power grid was sitting pretty damn stable there for a second. So 45 divided by 2, we got 22 and a half minutes before this machine completely goes offline. And that's not even a problem belt. The problem belt is, it's kind of only this one. Let me go back down here to the throughput monitors. Are we down to only one problem belt? 1075, okay, that's correct. 1100, that's correct. 1149, that's not. 1100, 1100, 11. Okay, that one's still backing up. 1185, that's correct. That's row 2. The row 2 is actually having a slight problem at the moment. But because we still have too much going in out of the other rows, row 2 is a backup row. It sends somewhere around 100. Yeah, we got 22 and a half minutes before we even start noticing a decrease. But tomorrow, during tomorrow's stream, I am going to sync every single drop of turbo fuel using the liquid sync mod. I need to figure out where my problem in the fuel is. Is it at turbo fuel? Is it at fuel? Is it at heavy oil residue? And the best way for me to find that out is to sync the product step by step. I'm not really seeing like any real backup on the rocket fuel. So I don't believe it's a burn off problem. Yes, my power grid is a little bit wonky from the rocket fuel. Also, I don't know if the nitrogen's working correctly or not. As a lot of you know, nitrogen has been a huge problem for me. I do think I will install Aquila's pipe flow rate monitor mod. Dude, that's no bueno. How many hours in this playthrough? Over 1100. I think we're at 1168. Yeah, 1168 hours. And I need to cut my power a little bit. For some reason, alien power matrices do not, the math is slightly off on them. And I don't think it's my math that's slightly off on them. They say they consume 5 per minute, but I'm making over 35. Just barely over 35, but enough over 35, I should be seeing a build up, not a bleeding out. And at the moment, as you saw, we're missing something. Okay. So I need, I don't know why I came over here. You need to check the end lines on all of these nitric, or the machine, or all the machines running 100%. The power matrix, stuff feeding into the matrices, yes. And they all have backlog going into them. This has been an ongoing problem with the alien power matrices since I set them up. %. So we are still having a little bit of nitric acid problem. Yeah. I freaking hate nitro. That's on all of them. Might be another 600 pipe issue. Yeah, we might just be running pipe tuner. Did you finish droning the nitro? No. But one thing I did realize, something that I had to find out the hard way the last playthrough back on my 2.4 terawatt playthrough when I did Fixonium. Gases behave differently, have different priorities than liquids do. Oh, thank you for following over there. Let's just go with Comax. Does that work? Gases like items. Ish. I mean, like when you get into like VIP junctions, they don't work the same. Oh yeah, Shy, I got all my bottles. I kind of forgot about the bottles. I was coming down here, I was like, what the hell's with this giant stack of freaking storage units? Gas will prioritize a machine over the next section. Yes, I got the sloop put back in. That's kind of what I meant by I got all my bottles. I appreciate it. I was trying to figure out what the hell was with this giant tower. Oh. Part of the reason why I'm probably low, really low on power matrices, we took a bunch of aluminum and we took it out of all clad. All clad is used for the power matrices. I love how perfectly synchronized those are. Look at it. Tell me that is not gorgeous. That is a thing of beauty right there. If you don't see it, then you don't know true beauty. Does anyone remember when I said, well, I think I said the 22 minutes around the time of Maya came in and said, ooh, glowing spicy stuff. That was about 10 minutes ago. We got another like 15 minutes before we start seeing a decrease in waste. But the nice thing is, because I've got so much waste coming in, this is a incredibly good stress test. I swear to God, I do not have any type of voice command to play this song when I say the name of Maya. Just finished the factory to make 1,200. Why in the hell are you making 1,200 power shards a minute? Why? Why? Just because we can. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not one to say anything like that. Why the hell did you make a power plant that makes over 14 and a half terawatts? Ooh. I'm missing a terawatt. How in the hell am I missing a terawatt? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. Thank you to YouTube subscriber number 542. You are freaking awesome. Yep. I figured it out, Shy. But I wanted to see if you did as well. I mean, you gotta admit, losing an entire terawatt. He wants to have more than kibits. What, power shards? I mean, hell, honestly, if I put my power shards into a freaking bin, I'd have more in a couple hours. I don't think he was making all that many to begin with. I'm making like 112. Freaking Shy over there is making 10 times what I'm making. But the nice thing about all that math I did, it does go to prove that 100 terawatts is completely possible. I love your work. I appreciate it. Key? I think that says key. Hopefully I'm not butchering that. Say it's Key Joe. I barely speak English. Asking me to try to speak any other language is asking a lot. Let me check something real quick. So, still not agreeing with this one. So in just shy of 3 hours, Shy's going to have a substantial bit more than kibits. Cool. I'd rather have my power augmenters. But no, I do greatly appreciate the compliment there, Kijo. I'm getting slightly better at accepting compliments. You should try making a power plant that's only made out of blueprints. This is all made out of blueprints, dude. The only thing I don't really do blueprints on is some of my pipe work. Like, I can't do this with blueprints. A, it's not going to look that good, and B, I really like the way straight mode looks. Or in this case, horizontal to vertical. But it's a good idea, Wolf. I'm not trying to poo-poo your idea, just with the sheer volume of machines I have here, I wasn't doing this without blueprints. That's all. An easy way to tell blueprints is if you're in blueprint deconstruct mode, you can see the little white boxes around everything. That tells you it's all blueprints. Oh, see, here's a funny thing. After this week, when I go to Satisfactory Plus, I will be doing a video where I try to cram the last 1,200 hours into, like, hopefully a 14-minute long video. You load blueprints into each new world. I make my blueprints 99.9% of the time. I make new blueprints for every playthrough. Yes, I will be going back to Satisfactory Plus next week. Oh, hold on. I'm going to do Satisfactory Plus for a week. Or until the end of July. Then I will take a break from Satisfactory through the month of August, where I will not be streaming Satisfactory. I will still be working on content for Satisfactory, because you guys seem to love the content. I just need a break from playing it basically every single day. And, you know, I want to check out some other games. I just got to figure out what game I want to check out. Because on YouTube, I want to try to stick with the factory builder game. But I need something that's far enough away from Satisfactory that doesn't feel like I'm just playing a different version of Satisfactory. But welcome in, it's C-Dub. You should do like a hyper time lapse of all the streams in one video where you make this a... It won't be a hyper time lapse, but it will be a condensation of the entire stream playthrough. Even though I just realized I'm not recording today. But that's fine. We're just doing troubleshooting. I'm not building anything. I just finished my first playthrough. Congratulations, man! When are you starting the second one? This game's like crack. Give it a couple of years and some countries are going to start banning this game. Okay, 1074 means that one's not running correctly. 1153. 1153 is not a good number. Okay, never mind. It's 1153 because it's backed up. I used factory carts in my last playthrough in two different ways. I used them to deliver my plutonium rods from roughly where they were made to where they were going to get burned. And I had built an entire huge railroad network, and I never really used much of the road, so we had like 150 factory carts driving around it. I want to start a second, but I don't want it to consume my life again. Yeah, that's why I'm taking a month-long break. This game has been absolutely amazing for me as a content creator. It's taught me a lot. Everyone in this community is so freaking awesome. I've had people who are just kind of crappy, but for the most part, everybody's like pretty chill, pretty cool, and I've grown a crap ton thanks to this game. I realize I'm still a itty bitty little tiny creator, but trust me, if you look at where I was a year ago, I've grown a lot. And I don't want to stop playing this game, but I don't want to burn out on this game either. So I need about a month or so break. One thing I will say, C-Dub, when you do your next playthrough, set yourself challenges, set yourself goals that aren't just complete the space elevator. My second playthrough, I didn't allow myself to do a belt that was more than 1,000 meters unless unless it was something like this. You know, this beltway that runs all the way to the end. That's one thing. That's not one long belt. I'm not taking I'm not trying to take something from here and mainly because my very first playthrough, I didn't really mess with the vehicles. So by limiting myself to no biome spanning beltways, I forced myself to rely on vehicles. So I ended up with like 75 trains. Now bear in mind, yes, you see a whole lot of drones and stuff on my minimap. None of them are actually running. The one you see moving literally doesn't have anything in it. And the only reason, two major reasons why I didn't use vehicles for this playthrough: A, I didn't have the power for trains, and there's no way in hell I was making the trains for this. And B, I didn't have fuel for anything else. Because this playthrough literally consumes everything that can be fuel. So, my second playthrough, I wasn't allowed to do this. And bear in mind, that is multiple levels tall. This entire building is just a sorting facility. I think it would have been worse if I would have done the same thing with trains. Not to mention, there's like 230 some odd belts here, and most people, you can get about 1,200 items through a single train when you factor in traveling distance plus that load unload buffer. Yes, you can mitigate with using storage bins, but it mitigates, it doesn't get rid of. And everything on this playthrough is designed to go, every system feeds into another system that feeds into another system that feeds into another system. Everything is supposed to run perfectly. And if it's not running perfectly, things start falling down. It is lovely to look down a row and it's just all blue lights the whole way. Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty beefy PC, and there's areas that you'll see some frame drops. So they're not running that bad. Oh. Holy crap, that one's running at 44%, 45%. That's actually the best I've ever seen this run. See you next time. Idiots gotta go to sleep. Yep, thank you for hanging out, Chai. And we'll be back tomorrow to continue trying to get this thing working. This has been one of my issues. And it's a nitrogen issue. Remember earlier when I said that one pipe has been the bane of my existence? This is it right here. And I can tell because I don't have the wall support. See on this one. There's a wall support. There's no wall support. I purposely took it off this one so I knew which one this was. Now, my next playthrough, which will begin in September, like I said, I need a little bit of time off. I want a little time off. We're going to continue streaming and all that stuff, and I will work on content. I'll be working on edited content in the background. But in September, we're going to be starting what I'm dubbing the ultra hard mode playthrough, where max recipe cost multiplier, max power consumption multiplier, max space elevator, all in pure nodes. Basically, anything I can do to make the game harder. I'm trying to get a specific alt recipe, and the RNG hates me. Welcome in, Stevie G! Are you just scanning hard drives, or are you re-rolling them? Or are you using the save scumming trick? Should be starting to run out of scanning and re-rolling, not reloading saves. Yeah, I don't. The save scumming thing is it's kind of a dice roll with me. Sometimes I can see it, but a lot of times I don't think I really rely on any alts all that much to need it. And I will flat out admit I have used it. I have save scummed this game before. How the fuck is there still 31 in here? It's been freaking... It has been 25 minutes since I checked this machine. This machine said 45 last time I was over here. If it's half a fuel rod every single minute, it means every 2 minutes it eats one. Ow. I'm dumb. I'm freaking dumb. It'll be 62 minutes before that's gone. It's every 2 minutes for one fuel rod, not a fuel rod every half a minute. I don't know how to do math. We already know that. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just trying to get some things ironed out. Which right now, last week, I had a huge issue with sulfuric acid. That seems to be ironed out. This week, well, I let the spicy broccoli back up. Ooh, that one's down to 1100. Wait. How is that one down to 1100? We're still got 11. We still got more than we need on that one. How? The system is designed to eat exactly the amount coming out. It's not designed to eat any extra. How do I have less on that belt? And there's gaps, so it's not backed up. Is this making sense to anyone? There shouldn't be any way for there to be less. I finally got Satisfactory. Waiting and waiting for my parents' paycheck to come in. Goodbye the rest of your free time, bud. Fuel rod issue? I don't know how. mean, there's 14 bins of fuel rods sitting there. And they're still feeding into rows 1 and 2. That's row 6. And we went through and checked a whole 18-second ad. Yeah. Twitch ads are getting bad. I really wish I could turn that first ad off for you guys. Let me go through and check that row to see if there's like a reactor that doesn't have fuel rods in it or something. Because I'm assuming that's what you mean, Guidely. It's not, you know, there's not enough fuel rods over here. There just might be a machine that's not eating fuel rods. Makes Twitch Turbo even more worth it. Yeah, the drawback is I don't know if you having Twitch Turbo positively influences me, but I'm glad you guys don't have to watch the ads. But I don't run ads on my Twitch anyway. It's just like probably not going to run them on YouTube when I don't know if I can turn them off on YouTube. You wonder if they're going to start charging people to stream. They already do. All right, they don't directly charge us, but they take a cut. Like anything you guys try to do to like monetize me, to like pay me, to anything like that, Twitch takes a freaking fat cut of. I played Satisfactory before, but it was on another account, and I'm going to transfer my save data over. I mean, look enough. That's not all that hard as long as you're you can get into the local files of the PC. We share saves, or I share my save with everybody in my Discord. But this thing takes a save is not for the faint of heart or faint of machine. Has anyone seen one that doesn't have fuel rods in it? I figured either if Shy was here, I know Shy or Fitz or Guiley, they'd pay attention to this stuff, try to keep me from screwing things up. Funny. So we got about an hour before the first machine even starts running out of goo. Oh, I said I know I have certain people in my chat that are going to pay super close attention to make sure I don't screw things up. And I know Fitz, Shy, Guidely, you guys don't try to troll me. And if you do, it's so outlandishly obvious. Generally, when you say this looks messed up, I know to go actually check it. And I will give flat out shout outs to you guys because there's no way in hell this power plant would have come together without some of you guys watching my back. And like I said, I love my freaking community. This game has got some of the best people surrounding it. Ooh. Is there a gap on that belt? No. Obviously not a gap because there's a backup. If that belt stops, that tells me I still have a little too much waste. Some of you guys, like I said, I love my community. You guys are freaking great. Even like the new people, you guys come in at either ask really good questions or you guys get to take my mind off things. This factory is done growing. Almost 1,200 hours into this save. This factory is done growing. Yeah, this factory just needs to stabilize. But don't worry. Come September, the pain will be real. The suffering will be real. The lack of sanity, oh, that's not anything new around here, but it might get worse. Can I join, please? You can have the save. This is not a multiplayer game. And you will absolutely, positively have to up your item limit. This save cannot be loaded on base Satisfactory. And there's a couple mods. If you mean in, like, can you join the Discord? Sure, I'm sure somebody can drop the Discord, but trust me, you don't want to be in this save. I'm on PS5, so yeah, I don't know if PS5 can even change the item limit, so I don't think this save is available to you. This in September is a song. No, it's when I'm going to come back to Satisfactory. Though honestly, I would say this save would be more, and I'm not trying to put you down or anything like this. I don't really see a lot of people enjoying this save. This is a theory crafting save. You gonna play Enfield? What the hell is Enfield? What would you need to modify to run it? You would probably have to be on PC. And you would have to, if you go to Google or my Discord and type in U item limit, like Satisfactory item limit, it'll tell you how you up that number. Welcome back, Jeremy. But bear in mind, I am missing a terawatt right now because I don't have one of my power augmenters hooked up. What happens if you exceed the item limit? Your game starts crashing a lot. The more items that are in the save file, the faster your game crashes. I was having game crashes every about 15-20 minutes when I hit my limit, and that was months ago. I assume Jeremy is talking about Arc Knight's Enfield. Wasn't Kibitz playing that for a while? Isn't that like a freaking... Oh, obviously, I'm not trying to insult the game, but isn't that like a gacha Satisfactory mobile-esque game? Like whoever developed what the hell? Name a freaking gacha game, and they decided they wanted to do Satisfactory. Like Honkai Star Rail meets Satisfactory. Yeah, I wasn't saying it was just on mobile. I was just saying it's one of those games that definitely gives the feel that it's probably designed for a tablet, It looks interesting. I might take another look at Star Rupture. It's been a hot minute since I was last on Star Rupture, and I'm sure they've updated the crap out of it by now. Whether they've actually fixed anything, remains to be seen. And thank you for following over there on the Twitch. It's C-Dub. I greatly appreciate that. Saw the pipes and I got intrigued. Thought it was Satisfactory. I didn't read the title. I would absolutely love Kibitz or Eclipse or, Drawing Chaos or any of like the big creators to see what I've done here and get their reaction. I think that'd be fucking hilarious. Could it be done better? Yes. Could it be done prettier? Yes. But I did say a long time ago, when I first hit the item limit, and there was a video by Kibitz a while ago where he was talking about how he was trying to minimize his foundations to keep game performance up. That I wanted to try to get everything into the power plant, get the power plant running stably-ish before I tried to make things look pretty. Like, I could easily take my quick wire assembly here and go shove it in a building over there. I could take the refineries and stick them down on the ground and bring the pipes up. I could build buildings around these things with just slight movement, slight renovations. My goal was, initially, the primary goal was just to, can my PC handle all the machines, all the belts, all the pipes, all the items on the belts without exploding? Let's find that one out first. I purposely don't stream on Fridays. Thank you, YouTube subscriber number 543. You are absolutely amazing. I don't care what anybody else says about you. I think you're awesome. Now, I take Fridays off partially because I don't want to try to compete against him, even though I get decent views on Fridays, even while he's live, because I realize I don't care who you are as a creator. You could be the biggest creator on the face of the planet. Some people are not going to like you. They're not going to want to watch you. They're not going to want to support you. You're not going to be their cup of tea. It doesn't matter who you are. There's going to be people who just don't want to watch this creator or that creator for whatever reason. And, they're entitled to that opinion. So, even while Kibitz, the single largest creator in this space, in the Satisfactory world, is streaming, I still get decent views as a teeny tiny guy. Freedom! So, I don't not stream on Fridays because I don't want to compete with Kibitz, but I don't stream on Fridays because I want to spend a little bit of time at home with my family, and that gives me time, depending on if Casper's working on Friday or not. That gives, a lot of times I record my Planet Crafter video on Friday. You guys may not see it till Monday, but I record it on Friday. She just means she's off work. Remember, America is not a democracy. We were not founded as a democracy. Nowhere in our founding documents does it say democracy. We are a democratic republic with a constitution. And I'm going to shut the fuck up right there. Talking about Helldivers. I've never played Helldivers. I heard like really good things when it came out, and then I heard really bad things shortly after. Like I heard the devs were like actively trying to tank the game. Or it came across as the devs were trying to tank the game. Unfortunately, like I said, it's going to be like an hour before we even start running out of fuel in any of those reactors. Though, it seems like it's balancing out, which that one blows my mind. This entire system is specifically built to not run extra. It's only designed to run the exact amount that comes out because I don't have any extra freaking resources to consume anymore. Oh, screw you, Drake. Oh, ow. But yeah, if anybody else is ever interested in building a nuclear power plant, I would always tell you, like at this step, build one more blender. This step, build one more particle accelerator. Build one more assembler. I mean, that's literally just plutonium pellets and concrete. Build one more manufacturer. That way, if you start backing up like this, you have that little bit of system to eat down. I have to go for now. I appreciate you hanging out, Wolflag, and have an amazing day. Do 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 do. Yeah, like I said earlier, my goal for tomorrow is hopefully nuclear is working and is working reliably-ish. If it is working and working reliably-ish, we're going to literally sink every drop of turbo fuel. And I will install Aquila's pipe throughput mod. And we will see if the problem is at turbo fuel. If it's not at turbo fuel, we'll go down and we'll sink every bit of fuel. And we'll see if that is the problem. If that, basically, I need to figure out where the choke point is. Where are we running low? What's not flowing properly? Once we figure out where the choke point is, we can start trying to fix it. And I got tomorrow and Thursday to fix it. That's it. That's all I'm giving myself. Otherwise, we're going to install the pipe tuner mod and call it a day. Nuclear can't work correctly without rocket fuel working correctly. Long term, yes. The major thing that's required for, actually, the only thing required for this that comes off of rocket fuel is rubber. Recently completed Satisfactory on PS5 and took me over 400 hours, but if I had built a factory like you, my PS5 would have blown up. Very likely. Actually, your PS5 would have literally stopped running because you would have hit the item limit a long time ago. Being as a PC player, I can adjust the game files. Well, welcome in, Lobster! Great to have you here. See, I never really thought about the fact that PS5, the console players can't adjust their item limits, so not only... I kind of view it, a game like this, as a little more difficult to play on console, just on controller in general. That's why they allow you to hot swap between controller and keyboard. But with the lack of item limits, you can't build super cool, huge monster built bases like this. Your PS5 would have become a jet engine. That's possible. But, Guidely, that's one of the reasons why I have some backup here. The major thing that I need rubber for is these 143,000 heat sinks that are sitting here, not including what's sitting on belts or pipes or anything like that. You see how little that's moving. What liquids are you fixing? Today was sulfuric acid and nitric acid, because I hate nitric acid. But most of it's been working on sulfuric acid. And welcome back, Lane Game! I've started again straight after, and I'm over 30 hours. You get to choose between performance and quality. But that's it. I gotta say, I've been a gamer for nearly 40 years, and it's my favorite game. Yeah, I definitely feel that one, Lobster. I'm in my 40s, and I've been a gamer since I was a very small child. Fitz, have a great night, man. Get some rest. Today has mostly been sulfuric acid, which I think we got that one sorted. Did I sort it the correct way? It works. Seems to work. That's all that freaking matters. Was it a convoluted ass way? Yes. Was it a stupid way? Oh, hell, I did it, so yes. And please send me the modular file. I will try to remember to do so. Just bear in mind, the modeler file has both this playthrough and the 2 petawatt playthrough in it. In worst case, if you don't get it by tomorrow's stream, send me a ping me on Discord and I'll send it tomorrow. Right now, we're just waiting to for some of this nuclear waste to go away. Didn't know vertical splitters were a thing until a little while ago. Yeah, we did a couple of them earlier. Vertical splitters, vertical mergers, vertical smart splitters, which I have not completely figured out which one is which one on vertical smart splitters. Because like on a standard smart splitter, it tells you got a left, center, right, and you know which one's left, center, right by as long as you look at the front, the orange portion. So left, center, right. And the same is true for priority mergers. As long as you start from the silver side, or as long as you're looking down the silver side. So the silver side's that way, so left is left. Programmable splitter is low-key worthless. That is why I have never unlocked it. There's a lot of things the game doesn't really tell you about, but yeah, vertical splitters. Oh, and the great thing is vertical splitters work so much better in 1.2. Because now, like the way I did this is I had my lower mergers, I put my lift up to where it needed to go, and then I locked my vertical merger on, and all you have to do is hold down left control and get close to it, and it will literally lock in position that's straight across from the output. But yeah, this game is definitely addictive as crap, isn't it, Lobster? And for the most part, I can't really say like I have really any major complaints with this game. The vertical splitter and merger came out in 1.1, but they fixed it in 1.2. There was a lot of issue in 1.1 where they'd be like half a meter high or low, so your belt would come out and bloop or bloop. So they fixed the snap point. That's why I said, you know, it's so much better in 1.2. Okay. Like I said, right now, I'm basically just killing time because I'm waiting for nuclear waste to go bye-bye. So if anybody has any questions, anybody has any topics to talk about or anything like that, feel free to bring them up, and we'll shoot the shit for the next hour. And again, bear in mind, this stream is not family friendly. This stream is not PG. I'm going to cuss. I'm basically going to talk about whatever I want to talk about. It's a long-running joke around here that you never know what we're going to talk about in an Idjit stream. I think they try to push an update once a year. And obviously their updates are they're kind of big changes to the game. They're not just an update. They'll do patches when they're needed, but it doesn't really seem like this game ever needs a whole lot of patching. It's very possible they're making another game. I think they just released one not too long ago. Dark matter exists. We don't talk about dark matter. F dark matter. I still hate that crap. Always a good way to get people to really get weirded out by me. Let's show them the little tiny small storage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tear this down. Imagine you talking about antimatter. I wish they would add tier 10 and stuff like titanium and antimatter. I could see that. Honestly, I would probably like either a spin-off, a sequel, or a legit DLC for this game. What's a bit? It's more along the lines when you actually need it. I fought with something fierce last playthrough. So the question comes down to, how in the hell do I get rid of 120,000 power shards? Welcome back, Wolf Lag. Whee! I'm probably gonna have to. The drawback is I don't have the bauxite to package it to sink it. Yeah, I got about 50 minutes left, Crypt. The scary thing is, looking at this playthrough and like mentally remembering what I did last playthrough, this is a this is a big freaking change. Ooh, here's an idea for the ultra hard mode playthrough. I can only build one space elevator part in one factory. So I can't make a factory that makes more than one space elevator part. You get your power. It's pretty smooth. I had to turn off one of my power matrix, the power augmenters. Because when I had pulled all that aluminum to make all the bottles for all the nitrogen, I forgot I had literally been pulling from the power matrix. Yeah. Power shards make ion fuel or power matrices. Yeah, I already make power matrices. I don't want to bring all those over here. Hey, Casper's home. Started messing around with mods. It was a total waste of time. I got a flying bubble ball to get air made of it. I found some water turbine source. Extra power is always welcome. Flying bubble ball to get from point A to point B. Why does none of that surprise me? Let me go check, go back over to the nukes. We'll check the power matrices when we're over there to see if, they're backed up. That's the kind of the worst thing is I've got all those power shards that I need to get rid of that I can't sync without a mod. And I really don't want to bring 120,000 power shards over here. I don't think so. We're gonna find out. I can see that, Corpy. Yeah, you're gonna need to get your water legs on plus because I'm gonna need you and Drax's help come next week. I really don't think I'm gonna get to freaking phase 5 in 3 days. Actually, give me a second. I gotta check my calendar. Yeah. 3 days. Oh, it's like, well, there's 50 in there. That's in row 2. So 26 minutes, and we should start emptying fuel rods. Why don't I just do this? I mean, technically speaking, I just need to turn off a little bit. I mean, that's 50. That's what, 50 waste? Yeah. I don't know why I didn't just do that. There'll be 50 less waste on that belt, which means the whole system should actually start emptying out a little bit. And that's kind of all I needed to do, is I just needed to empty out a little bit. Once all the belts are running properly, I can turn it on and leave it the hell on. Halo? I woke up for no reason. That's no good. Go back to sleep, Cross. Yeah, I need to go back to sleep. Ah, damn. The yawns are so fierce. Killing me. been trying for the last hour, can't do much now. Yeah, I get that feeling. Oh yeah, I don't normally talk about the content metrics and stuff like that with you guys all that often, but wanted to bring something up that was kind of fucking weird. Somehow last Thursday's stream, which stream title called 14 million megawatts has been achieved. It was kind of click worthy, right? That stream got about 800 views while it was live. Okay, that's not really all that noteworthy. I've had many streams hit around there, but for some reason after it ended, after it was no longer live, for some reason YouTube decided we're going to promote the crap out of this. Is there anyone here that can help me fix my trains? Else I'm going to have to leave this project. Post the save in Discord. I'm sure somebody will get around to it. If not, I will this weekend. I can't really get around to it before that. But if you're willing to wait until this weekend, I can definitely take a look at it. But for some reason, after it stopped being live, like I said, YouTube decided to promote the crap out of it, and that stream currently has like 2,300 views on it. I don't know why. But I'm not complaining. I'd like to see an alternate recipe that adds another use for uranium waste. That would be kind of cool. I want to see a super nuke Nobilis using Fixonium. Yeah, I caught a bit of your stream after I went to go record, and you were playing around with trains. Exceeded limit. I do not have nitro. It kind of sort of seems like everything's running correctly. Like I said, I'm hoping that just taking those 50 waste out my goal is all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get this belt here to not be backed all the effing way up. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't know, Crypt. I had you on mute. I'll be dead honest. And I'll say this to any of my content creator buds or whatnot. If I stop talking in your chat or anything like that, I probably have you on mute. But especially over on Twitch, I know that the way Twitch sorts is based upon your viewership. The more people you have in, like, actively watching you. So I will probably hang out and just lurk as one of those viewers. Should I put it in a RAR file? You probably can. I don't know. I don't know if it'll post as just a straight file or not. That's why I always just link to it in my Google my Google Drive. Yeah. So if I'm actually like hanging out in your stream or whatnot, and I have to go do something, I'll keep the lurk up, but your ass is muted. I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow, so I need to take my sleeping pills to ensure I get at least 8 hours of sleep. Oh, Corpy, get some rest, bud. We'll see you tomorrow. I would much rather every single one of you guys not even be here and be healthy than to jeopardize your health to be here. And that's nothing against any of you guys. I've said multiple times, I love my freaking community. You guys are fucking awesome. But I'd rather see you guys be healthy. That means more to me. The drawback is so we've got a lot of backlog here. And that backlog is going to be shown on the other side of that belt. And that belt is literally right here. It's still 522. It kind of depends on where you are. It's 622 for me, so I'm guessing you're central U.S., Wolf. I think Corpy's over in Europe, if I remember right. I couldn't tell you where. There's been so many new people that I'm doing my best to remember where the hell you guys are, but there's a lot of you guys now. Well, a big difference from back when I had 100 freaking people and like 20 of them would ever show up. Just, again, not complaining at all. I've met a hell of a lot of really freaking cool people playing this game. Yeah, it would be 11:22 in the UK. I have everything for phase 2. I'm from Finland, so yeah, it's midnight or or a little after midnight in Finland. And Cheese is still lurking. And I started talking about lurkers. I see what it is. I started talking about lurkers, and Mr. Morton pops up. Yeah, Cross is in India. Aha! See, I remembered. Woohoo! I am amazing. So, I need this belt right here to say 1100. So I'm going to start going down. We're going to go down the list and see if any of these are sitting. I am totally a lurker. Yeah, there's Ken as well. I popped him when he said, no, see, I said that about Mr. Morton because I know he's been here for hours. Mr. Morton is a consistent lurker, which is fine. I love my lurkers. What are you going to have for dinner? I have no freaking clue. I'll have to ask Casper when she comes back inside. My job requires me to know time zones. My brain just automatically does that one. Not today, arrived late in your stream, less than an hour ago. Okay, but still, he's been here for like an hour, and he just now says something. But that's Mr. Morton, and that's fine. I know for a fact a good chunk of people who watch my streams, who come to my streams, I am background noise while they work or play video games or sleep or do whatever. I get that. And I have not a single freaking problem with that. There's not a damn bit of freaking backed up waste in this. It does. No, I've got. I had multiple selected. But yes, it did. Watch the Odyssey. Yeah, my kid went to see that. I've heard okay things about it. So we got about 500 waste here. 260 in that one, 250 in this one. So that's about, this should take about 10 minutes to eat. Because I turned off 50. So the system currently has an excess of processing capability of 50. Does that make sense? The system is designed, the waste disposal system is designed to eat the exact number of waste that this system is designed to produce. This system is designed to produce 7,662 every single minute. I turned off 2 reactors. That's 50. So now I'm producing 7,612. But I'm consuming, I have the ability to consume 7,662. What I'll say is if you enjoyed Oppenheimer's storytelling, you'll enjoy Odyssey as well. Oppenheimer was dry as shit to me. I don't know. I know I'm going to take Casper to go see a Brand New Day at the end of the month. We're going to go see the Spider Boy. Spiderling! No, he's Spiderling. Because there's Spider-Man, which was Tobey Maguire, and they called Andrew Garfield Spider Boy. And they literally call Tom Holland's character Spiderling in one of the movies. So he is Spiderling. So in about 10 minutes, we should actually, that 500 should disappear. I know I can't fly up this high. Oh, I'm proud of you for not smoking for 7 months, Corpy. That's freaking amazing. I wish I could say the same thing, since you guys can probably hear it in my voice every single time I hit my vape. A nuclear tower of power would be cool looking. Yeah, the problem is the water. Oh, son of a... Screw you, Drake. And that's a 10-minute ban. And Casper, we were asked what we were going to have for dinner tonight. I didn't ask. It wasn't me. It was chat. Chat asked. Okay, you have no idea either. Casper's like, shut up, I just got home from work. I don't freaking want to think about that. We're down to about 350? 175, 177. That's about 350. I texted Drake on Discord. I was hoping he could help me with trains. It's Tuesday, so it's fish day. Oh, it's Tuesday, so it's taco day. If nobody else helps by this weekend, Cross, I will. I got the points to keep it banned for the rest of the stream, I think. Yeah. If nobody else helps you by this weekend, Cross, I'll take a look at it. What is the problem you're having, though? I forget the rest of the world doesn't eat tacos on Friday. No, it's Taco Tuesday. It's not Taco Friday. That doesn't make sense. Taco Tuesday. Titties. Oh, wait. No, we're talking about something different. Are you still troubleshooting the power? Yes, I am. But I think I've got nuclear taken care of. I've got a little bit of excess waste because every time I've turned the system on, turned the system off, turned it on, off, on, off, on, off, yeah, which we've done a few times now. The fertile uranium, spicy broccoli, whatever the hell you want to call it. The tray of freaking uranium crap. That ended up building up. So when I fired the system up, it shot waste to start disposing of it, but it also shot waste to start making more of it. So we're down to about 250. That's going pretty quick. Where does all the waste go? To the swamp. For some reason, it's Taco Friday in Norway. Not sure why. Tuesday is better. This is actually... I don't really say it rhymes. No, it's not. It's not storage. It's the whole disposal system. I've never met another Scandinavian above the age of 5 that hasn't heard of Taco Friday. Well, I'm not Scandinavian. I'll take Taco Tuesday, I'll take Taco Thursday. Taco Friday just doesn't make sense. And it's Pizza Friday. Okay, I can get behind Pizza Friday. Down to under 200. Yeah, that's going quick. Then we just gotta get all the extra crap off the belt. So maybe it's just I don't know, what the hell do you call that region? North? I don't think you guys... What the hell do you call that region? I mean... Waste, non-fissile, plutonium pellets in case you... Yes, that is correct, Guidely. That is perfectly correct. Thank you. I guess it's the Scandinavian countries, right? Norway, Finland, and yeah, the other one. Yeah, I apologize. I'm American. I don't know my freaking countries. Are you affected by the fires in the BWCA? If you're saying to me, no. I don't know what BWCA is. Down to under 100, or just over 100. And it's dropping fast. So that should only take about 2 minutes to clear. And then probably about another 5 for the belt to clear. The belt won't empty out. Bear that one in mind. And also bear in mind, I don't have fuel going into any of those. They just all have plenty. Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden. What the hell kind of sense does that make? The Scandinavian countries do not include Scandinavia. No! That's like saying the American countries don't include either country, or the country that's literally called America. I started thinking about it. There's no place in Central America or South America. That's just... How is it a region called Scandinavia that doesn't include... Okay, hold on. Okay, so Scandinavia is not actually a country. It's a region. That's Norway, Sweden, Denmark. But if you say the Nordic countries, it's Norway, Sweden, Denmark, plus Finland and Iceland. Am I correct in that? All right. I will forget that promptly. Thank you for teaching me something that I will forget promptly. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area. Yeah, still absolutely no freaking idea what you're talking about. I don't know what the Boundary Waters Canoe Area is. Dude, I'm in Indiana. Where is the Boundary Waters Canoe Area? You don't know what the boundary... No, I'm not in Minnesota. I've never had any desire to go to Minnesota. I have nothing against Minnesota as a state or people or anything like that. I don't really have any desire to go to any other states. Reactor number 1 should be cleared. Is that the one that, it can be cold here too, but I'm not going farther north. Wait, is it Minnesota or Wisconsin that's the cheese state? Bear in mind, I've been up since like 4 a.m. So. And it is currently 6:30 p.m. And I've been on this game for 6.5 freaking hours. Oh, the one back there was clear of... Oh. Yeah, okay. Alright, I get what you're saying. Well, technically speaking, back here should be mostly empty. This belt should be... It should be looking more like this. This is what it should be looking like, not looking like that. See how those belts look? Those are running correctly. This one is not running correctly. So when I said 2 minutes for the reactors to clear, that was probably correct. Probably another 5 minutes for the belt to clear. But I mean, it's getting there. Okay, Wisconsin's the cheese state. What the hell is Minnesota called? Known as? I know the football team's the Vikings. I think. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hook fuel back up because I don't need to actually burn out the fuel. I just need to turn off a couple of reactors. North Star State. No, I'm from a state that's famous for its corn. And the state that invented popcorn. Yeah. Popcorn. That's what we're known for. It's Orville Redenbacher's from here. That's our claim to fame. Freaking popcorn. Land of 10,000 lakes. I want to go ahead and open these smart splitters back up. I do think this is a good idea, though. So I'll leave the smart splitters there, because that literally allows me to turn off a banks at a time. And like I said, it's not like I'm short on fuel rods. The plan in the near future is to move to Texas. I don't know how that's going to go over. My plan in the very near future is to get my kid out of California. But that'll be next year. I'm just really, really hopeful I don't have to drive back to California. Drive sucks. I've made that drive twice now. I'd like to not make it a third time. Yeah, Miss Morton, I think he just meant that, you know what's up. Or, you know, you got taste, or... Yeah, so this is definitely emptying out. Obviously, this gap is getting slowly moving that way. Once it completely moves that way, I'm going to turn those reactors back on, and this should all be good. Or you just leave them off and say, screw it. But can I completely and totally, deep down in the cockles of my heart, say that nuclear is running correctly? Fluid drone mod? Let's package it. Should I start streaming this game as well? You can. Unfortunately, I always get asked, like, what does it take to be a streamer, and all, or you know, any advice for streamers. Like, dude, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I can't figure out why the hell people actually come to watch me freaking play video games for 7 hours and ramble and ramble and ramble. I don't get it. My 10 minutes up? Should be. I might come back here. No. Son of a bitch. Nope, I'm allowed to hit edit before he takes it away. I think your builds are a hell of a lot better than mine. Then go sell your soul. Yeah, that's not happening. Because you're not... My rambling is knowledgeable? Where the hell have I ever been knowledgeable? If you want to stream because it's fun and just hit go live, yeah, that's basically what I've convinced quite a few people. The worst that could happen, go live, try it 2 or 3 times. But I will tell you this now, and I tell everyone this, it's not you, or it's not me, or it's not anything else. If you do not have the ability to sit there and talk to yourself for hours, good luck. And I'm not saying because you won't get viewers, because you might get viewers, but they're unlikely to stick around. And another freaking raid from a Treble Queen! Welcome in! It's a Treble raid! Look out for Treble. I'm gonna make it double, though. I talk to myself on a daily on and off, so it's so different to me. Exactly! I've always been told I've got this gift of I can just like ramble for hours. And I don't need to like bounce it off somebody else. I just sit there and talk to myself because I'm me. Thank you for the raid, Treble. I greatly appreciate it. And welcome in, Raiders! Welcome to Idris Gaming, where we build stupidly large things in a stupid manner. Stupidly. No. Where we stupidly build stupidly large things stupidly. Yeah, there we go. I've been alive for almost 7 hours. My brain hurts. Well, I'm still here, but anyways, good night or good day, what? Good night or good day, whatever you happen to be. Yep, get some rest, Corpy. See you next time, bud. Like I said, I want you guys to be happy and healthy and all that fun stuff. Woohoo! Never mind. God damn it. Right now, for anybody just joining the stream or who's been lurking and is confused about what's going on, I have built a monster power plant. And, I think I finally have it running. I think I finally have the nuclear aspect of it running correctly. Let's go, check the power matrices real quick, see if, how that's going. And if I can turn that back on and get back up to full power. Favorite animal? Honestly, I don't really have a favorite. Just like critters. Had a whole lot of snakes in my life. Turtles. And puppies. I've had lots of puppies. Definitely more of a dog person than a cat person. Time to go back to 14.7. Exactly. This factory is great. This factory has been a massive pain in my backside, and it's taken me 4 months to build. But thankfully, oh sweet baby Jesus, it's almost done. We got 2 more days on this playthrough, and that's it. All right, we got 249 matrices, so power ho. We're at about 14.6. Not fantastic. Definitely, I missed about 100 gigawatts. Oh, boy. But. There's 20 of it. I've got 2 nuclear reactors turned off to bleed out the rest of that waste. Each nuclear reactor is fully overclocked, and each of those produces exactly 6,250 power. I have 7 alien power augmenters. I swear I know how to talk. I have 7 alien power augmenters, which gives me a 210% bonus to my power. So multiply my base power by 3.1. Comes up to about 20 gig. But for anybody new, this absolute pain was the brainchild of, if you were on 1.1 and you decided to take every single drop of natural resources off this map as Fix It would demand, and you decided to turn it all into power so that, you know, when the spaceship comes back and needs power, it can just hook up and use this entire planet as a giant Tesla supercharger. How much power could you produce? Well, from our research and theory crafting and everything, we came up with 14.757. Ow! 14.757 million megawatts. We're sitting pretty comfortable, about 14.6 at the moment. Got a little bit of ironing out to do, but it is what it is. How many gens per tower of power? 780. Is this creative mode, or are you a real madman? Do you know how to tell if it's creative mode or not? If you are in creative mode, when you go to load a save like this, it will literally say it. I have built every inch of this by hand. Yes, there's a lot of blueprints, but Blueprint's still building by hand. Felix! What are you doing back on the Felix? Oh. Hell, you doing? Decided to dust off your YouTube account? Nope, wrong one. But yes, when I say every drop of natural resources, I mean every single drop of natural resources. All belted and or piped over to the swamp. Because the swamp's only fun if you can irradiate the holy crap out of it. And power. But yes, this is all storage that I needed to build the power plant. Yes, some of this is still being produced. Like I'm pretty sure motors are still being produced. But basically, anything you could want to build anything is produced in this factory. Little tiny small. Okay, they needed to change. YouTube was crying. Yeah, I can see that. Hey, at least I put 2 and 2 together and I knew who you were. Alright, let's grab a couple more of those and let's go back to the power plant. We got about 5 minutes left in stream, and then obviously we're going to have to find somewhere to raid off to because I've received 3 raids today, so I got to make sure. So I need about 1 tower. I need 1,000 fuel gens. No overclocking. Screw that shit. Overclock them. Now, bear in mind, with rocket fuel, the only major thing you're going to have to worry about is the amount of pipes in the center. But you could change the tower core blueprint to have more pipes in the center and just make it taller. So bear that one in mind. I did mine 13 pipes because the number I needed, 4,680, was divisible by 13 times 6. I'm sure you could find some. Well, dude, in the center, you're not going to see if you have more pipes in there. No. We're definitely going to have to find somebody to raid off to on Twitch in about 5 minutes. So, for anybody on Twitch, if you know somebody else who's playing this game who you think could use a raid of, I don't know how many people are currently watching us on Twitch, of 28 freaking people, let me know and we'll drop over to them. A 1,000 cool. Gens is cooler than 500. I'll give you that. Now the only drawback is the way the towers are designed. There's 60 per level. I would overclock them to 120. 120 would mean that each one's eating exactly 5. Which is, is a nice round number. You need 120 to eat every single, to eat each pipe. Crypt, it happens. I'm struggling with 4,000. Especially since, as I told you, I came up with a freaking design that literally incorporates freaking 555,000. That I don't want to freaking do. Ooh. I'm seeing something great there. I'm seeing something fabulous there. Does anybody else see what I see? Does it give anybody else a headache to just stare at that? Good. Let's keep staring at it. If we keep staring at it, our heads will explode, right? The main thing to notice is there's a gap on every one of those belts. Because there's gaps on every one of those belts, that tells you that there's no backup there. Oh no, my freaking left eye's twitching now. This is going to be even worse. Okay. Belt number 2 is the one I need to worry about. Which is this belt right here. Don't make fun of my freaking belts. I had to do what I had to do. There's no backup down here. It's definitely bleeding down. It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. That backed up quite a bit. So I could run like this. It is 8 o'clock, so I'm gonna have to find somebody to raid off to. I want to check these. And I really, really wish there was some kind of like mod. And if there is, let me know. That would give you a clock speed out here. Not a clock speed, but a uptime. Give you this number outside of it. I'm not super thrilled seeing these. They should be up higher, but it's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, therefore I am. I think the nukes are running okay. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, we're gonna be ending it here soon. I just gotta find somebody to raid off to over on Twitch. But I think the reactors are good to run, which is great because, like I said, tomorrow I really want to go through and test fluids and see if we can figure out where the fall off is. Is it turbo fuel to rocket fuel? Is it fuel to turbo fuel? Is it heavy oil residue to fuel? So I'm gonna try to find somebody to raid over on Twitch. And I apologize for anybody who just came in with that last raid. That I'm going to send you right back away. Let's find somebody small. And thank you for the following there, Tritux. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I want to find somebody tiny. That's German. I'm assuming you guys all speak English, right? Alright, here we go. I found somebody. We're going to raid Pork 85. He's got 2 viewers. So, let's go bump that number up a little bit. No else speak English. Okay. I'm all raid off over on Twitch. And for anybody who hasn't, please remember to smack that like and subscribe button on YouTube. If you're over on Twitch, smack that follow button. We'll be back tomorrow with a little bit more debugging. And next week, we're going to jump back into Satisfactory Plus. So, it is what it is. We're going to see a lot of pain and suffering. But until then, I've been an idiot. Obviously. Bye, everybody.